Who could have possibly thought that after 6 long days of absence, I would finally return with no significant changes, except apparently the camera autofocus lens changed. All right, hold on. What is up, my friends? Close enough. Howdy. Still sleeping like shit. I'm doing a little bit better. Doing a little bit better. We doing okay? Huh? How we doing? How was the vacation, Vosh? It was good. Vacation was good. You got a haircut? No haircut. No, sorry. I just wore a hat a minute ago. Your break was short. Did you have a nice time? It was a long break for me, and I did have a good time, yes. What did you do to the ducks? I did nothing to the ducks. The ducks are fine, I can promise you. No harm has come to the ducks. How's everyone doing, huh? It's been so long. Lefties did another Contra 2.0 with Keffels. Look, we'll get to it. We have a lot to talk about. We have so much to talk about. You leave for 6 days, the cons go absolutely apeshit. Yeah, you know, can you believe today? Today's the 1 year anniversary, right? Today's the 1 year anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, right? That is today when they stormed over the border. Yeah. Oh man. Absolutely wild, but it's been a full year. I remember it vividly, like it was yesterday. We're still living out the consequences, of course. I saw this compilation posted earlier. I don't think I can play the audio. Wow, yep, can't play the audio. There we go. Play audio-less. Audio free. You know, you all remember how the U.S. State Department was 100% right and people still can't handle it? Yeah, the 1 year anniversary of a 3-day special military operation. The State Department was like, yeah, it turns out that the actual reason why the Russians have been mounting hundreds of thousands of troops on the border of Ukraine is because they're going to invade Ukraine. And everyone was like, nah, no way, no shot, no, you're going to listen to the State Department. And then it ends up happening anyway. You know, unironically, Putin would have gotten a bigger dub if he had wasted those millions of dollars and just pulled the troops away from the Ukrainian border as like a haha, you thought we would, you know, like, hey, shows what the State Department knows, haha, and like skipped away, you know. That would have been the play. But he didn't do that. Yeah, if he did a little troll, you know? The Ukraine invasion that never arrives is showing us once again that when it comes to Russia, you really can't just completely ignore all the so-called experts in the mainstream media. Man, Russiagate really did, like, demolish political discourse in this country. It is crazy how today leftists and even, like, left-leaning social democrats will pretend that the Russiagate stuff was made up when there was a gigantic, like, Senate committee report conclusively demonstrating that it wasn't made up. The only thing that wasn't found was the Mueller investigation did not confirm that Trump himself had colluded with the Russian government, but a number of his officials had, which still seems important. You know, that still seems relevant. Like, okay, the president didn't, but a bunch of people right next to the president did. And all the stuff about, like, the Russian government making an active effort to promote disinformation as a way of sowing discord, like that did all happen, was proven to have happened. No? But people still... My God. The Leopards have made it to the rightful place. What are we talking about? Leopard 2 tanks already in Ukraine. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's go. If only it was real leopards. Like the animal. You know? I hear they're very strong. I like the blue and yellow. Like ramp. It's very nice. Vosh bought new clothes but didn't even wear them for us. Yeah, they're in the wash right now, sorry. As are most of my clothes. Dino Riders have been deployed to Ukraine. True. Very true. They just unleash hundreds of actual leopards into occupied areas. It would probably work. Ooh, you people are linking a lot of links. Anyway, a whole year after the invasion of Ukraine, obviously objectives have kind of stalled on both sides. Um, this has been devastating for the Russian economy, but it's been devastating in a way that they can weather because since the economy is, as all leftists know, completely made up, it's actually possible to just collapse a nation's economy and then they just keep going. That can happen. The Russian economy is crippled, but they're crippled at a level where they can continue to operate. As they lose more and more armor, more and more ammunition, more and more fuel, um, they whittle down the good faith of their allies. China is done with Russia's shit. They have been done with Russia's shit for a long time. The only reason China maintains a positive relationship with Russia, probably the same with India, is because they're all kind of part of a loose anti-Western global counter-hegemon. But the in terms of like actual reliability, Russia is at an unbelievable all-time low for all of its allies. And I don't know how the actual war is going to end. I remember so vividly like the early days of the conflict when the general consensus from absolutely everyone was like, yeah, it's really just a matter of time for how long Ukraine lasts. Like maybe Russia will take over everything. Maybe Russia will take everything up to the Dnieper River and like take Kiev or whatever. But now it's like, okay, well, they're just going to stall out for 50 years in the Donbass. Oh my God. Okay, well, we'll get to donos in a second. Jesus Christ, you guys. White name genocide in chat. Jesus. Okay, hold your horses. Hold your horses. We just there's the reason I don't cover much of the Ukraine war anymore isn't because it stopped being important, and it's not because it stopped being like interesting or relevant or whatever. It's mostly because well, for one, things have stalled out in large part during the winter because it is difficult to do military stuff during the winter in cold areas. It's just, I ran the numbers by some experts. It turns out that people are less likely to march in formation when it's cold. I don't know. I don't know the math on that. Things are probably stalling on account of that. So good luck to them all. I mean, their piss freezes midair as they aim at the base of the tree. I don't think much can be done under those circumstances. It will be spring soon, which also means that the frozen ground will thaw and be muddy, and that'll be its own fun. Oh my God! All right, okay, hold your horses. Single-handedly getting the the monetary support that Ukraine needs to win the war. Yeah, the point that I'm getting at here is that it is still enormously important, and we are waiting for developments. It's some wacky stuff. I really do think that right now Ukraine, in a lot of ways, kind of is the center of the world, because Ukraine is. I think we can firmly call it now a Western country, at least in terms of its allegiances, and it is also right now the anti-fascist bulwark of the world. As Western Europe and as America kind of crumble into fascism, Ukraine is not likely to, in large part because people develop their politics based on like oppositional biases, and Russia is one of the global centers of fascist outreach and has been for a long time. The Kremlin has long supported, backed, financed, fundraised for, and fought wars on behalf of the far right all around the world. And the the opposition to Russia in Ukraine has cemented that country's status as a liberal democracy. So hopefully Ukraine stands, and hopefully they remain an inspiration to us all. Yeah. All right. Okay, I'll take a look at your goddamn money. I'll. Oh God. Wait. What do you say to the allegations the West is purposefully supplying Ukraine with just the precise level of equipment to keep both sides stalled instead of being able to advance? That is not true. That's absolutely not true. The West has provided Ukraine with a ridiculous amount of support. The problem with Ukraine's advancement right now is not that they don't have one more tank. It's just the logistical difficulties of forcing people out of like heavily trenched, messy, semi-urban territory connected by a bunch of frozen mud rivers, especially when Russia has seemingly an inexhaustible supply of recruits. You could get 5, 10, 20, 100 more tanks. I don't think it would change that math. And yeah, and the West doesn't really benefit from prolonging the war, like, at all. Did you see Zizek's very bad posting? We'll get to it. All right. Well, if you guys are all going to be kind to me right off the bat, hold your horses. Waffle Boy, Squirrel, and Annie, thank you all for the tier 1 subs. Hakeem CC, thank you for the tier 4 sub. That's very kind of you. Charlotte, thank you for the 7 gifted tier 2 subs. That's from 3 days ago and today. That's incredibly kind of you. A lot of kindness on display today. Maliki, thanks the gifted sub. And Charlotte, thank you for the gifted tier 2 sub. Thank you. Mistress Lynn, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Welcome back, V. I hope you had a nice, relaxing trip. We all missed you. I've been in here for about a year, and it's been an amazing year. I love this community. I love this community, too. By far, the best left-leaning community on the internet. No cap. Fully correct. Fully true. No doubt about it at all. Okay, for some reason, my donation panel here is not telling me who gifted the 40 tier 1 subs. Who did that again? I know they didn't leave an actual message. They just gifted all the subs. So it'll be like I saw it here. Nunya? That's right. That's right. Yeah, because Nunya also did the other donation. Nunya, thank you so much for the 40 gifted tier 1 subs. There are noticeably more yellow names in chat now. A lot of people were like, oh shit, it hit me. Thank you very, very much. Not even the only demonstration of generosity on your part. Maybe that's the reason why I can't see the 40 gifted tier 1 subs. It's because it got knocked out of the running by the $800 donation. Jesus Christ, man. Or woman or NB, who knows, woke left these days, who can even say, you know, whatever. Thank you so goddamn much, Nunya. That's a ridiculous generosity on your part. Welcome back, just got a bonus, and I wanted to share the love. I hope it was a big bonus. Hope you had a good break, thanks for what you do. I did have a good break, as a matter of fact, and thank you for what you do. That is, getting bonuses and directly transferring them to me, like a tax write-off deal, you know? I feel like a beneficiary of nepotism, except we're not even related. It's crazy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I don't have enough synonyms for thank you to really lay that out, you know? It's incredibly kind of you. All right. There are more donations, but I have a lot of politics to talk about. I feel like it was important for an initial acknowledgement of those donations. I feel people watching right now can fully understand why I would feel that way as well. Thank you so goddamn much. Very, very kind of you. Watch my meme before the politics, please. No. No. We got stuff to do. I actually got a bonus too, but I ain't giving it to you. Well, Horse Me, you're Ukrainian, so, you know, you're probably busy with other stuff. You're currently, I don't know, plastering your bonus together into some kind of paper mache house dome to ward off the Russian missile strikes. And good luck with that. Lol, he works for a Russian company. Horse Me? Oh, shit, Horse Me? You give me your trader bucks right now. You're working for a goddamn Russian company? Give me your goddamn trader bucks. Give them. Mine. Take. Thank you, Nadia. Okay, we got lots to do, lots to talk about. We'll go over the Zizek article. Okay, so it's well known that I'm a big fan of Slavoj Žižek. Unfortunately, part of his, you know, magical eccentric charm is that sometimes he's wrong, quite wrong even. An article came out 3 days ago. Wokeness is here to stay, which true, but you know, let's read a little bit. I don't know if I'll be able to get through all of it because it's a long article, but we'll get some points here. He schnifts too close to the sun. Exactly. Yes, of course. Some claim that wokeness is on the wane. In fact, it is. I'm not doing the whole thing in his accent. That would be insane. That I literally could not do that. We have to. It's a lot of. We have to. No. That is a bad idea. Try it. Okay, just the opening paragraph. That's it. That's all I'm doing is the opening paragraph. Okay? That's it. That's all. Okay? Is that fair? Some claim that wokeness is on the wane. In fact, it is gradually being normalized, conformed to even those who inwardly doubt it. and practiced by the majority of academic, corporate, and state institutions. This is why it deserves more than ever our criticism, together with its opposite, the obscenity of the new populism and religious fundamentalism. Okay, there we go. That's the opening paragraph. All right. You need a sniff. I'm sorry, my microphone gate is blocking the sniff. I apologize. Let's begin with Scotland, where Nicola Sturgeon's government pushed wokeism and LGBT causes almost to the end. I actually can't believe Zizek is using the term wokeism. Remember, the only official definition we've gotten of what woke means came from a lawyer of Ron DeSantis, who said that wokeness is the belief that there are systemic inequalities in existence and they should be addressed. That is actually legally the definition that the Ron DeSantis administration settled on with regards to their state laws. In December 2022, it hailed a historic day for equality after Scottish lawmakers approved plans to make it easier for individuals to legally change their gender, extending the new system of self-identification to 16 and 17-year-olds. Basically, you declare what you feel you are, and you are registered as what you want to be. This is the case for a lot of things, to be clear. A predictable problem emerged when Isla Bryson, a biological male convicted of rape, was remanded to a women's prison in Stirling. So, okay, here, I'll get to this in a sec. Bryson decided he was no longer a man only after appearing in court on a rape charge. So we have a person who identifies itself as a woman using its penis to rape 2 women. Okay, if you're a woman who rapes other women and you get arrested for it, you get sent to a women's prison. And if you're a man who rapes other men and you get arrested for it, you get sent to a male prison. I don't understand why this is so confusing to so many people. Like, okay. It is quite logical. If maleness and femaleness have nothing to do with one's body and everything to do with one's subjective self-definition, then one must put a penis-having rapist, what is this turf language, in prison with captive women. What is this language with captive women? They're in prison. Why are we, like, the way they're making it sound is that the trans woman or disingenuous, like, guy pretending to be a woman or whatever is like a wolf let into the hen house. They're all in prison together. After protests, Bryson was put into male prison. Again, this is problematic under Scottish law since we now have a self-identified woman in a male prison. Sturgeon's resigns because she alienated a part of the population that isn't anti-LGBT, but simply rejects such measures. Listen, okay, listen. Any system of self-identification is going to lead to problems where people can act in bad faith. People acting in bad faith is like a ubiquitous issue with all institutions of all kind. It happens everywhere at all the time. The idea that this is some kind of ultra-unique problem or some kind of unbelievably weird edge case that the left has to own up to is so strange to me. Especially since we already know that if you put trans women in male prisons, they're far more likely to be the victim of sexual assault, obviously. So, no answer is given to this. I'm sorry, 1 second, hold on. Alexis, please, you're being quite loud. I'm working. I can't shut the door. The cats are running. Probably. I'm working. Okay. Sorry, the cats are absolutely zooming now. Daniil is allowed to run around free. Which means, of course, we have to, kittens. All right. The point here is that there's no easy solution because sexual identity is in itself not a simple form of identity, but a complex dimension full of inconsistencies and unconscious features, sometimes that in no way can be established by a direct reference to how we feel. The recent controversy about the use of so-called puberty blockers concerns another aspect of the same complexity. The Tavistock Clinic in London was ordered by higher authorities to restrict the use of puberty blockers that suppress hormones and in this way pause a child's development of sex-based characteristics, such as breasts. Tavistock was administering these drugs to youngsters between 9 and 16 who appeared to not be able to choose their sexual identity. Tavistock's clinicians reasoned there is a danger that youngsters who can't determine their sexual identity would make an enforced choice under the pressure of their environment, thus repressing their true inclination. What? Who? Tavistock's clinicians reasoned there is a danger that youngsters who can't determine their sexual identity would make an enforced choice under the pressure of their environment, thus repressing their true inclination to be trans mostly. Puberty blockers were necessary to allow such youth to postpone their entry into puberty, granting them more time during which to reflect on their sexual identity before deciding at a more mature age. Okay. This is incredibly strange framing. If you go to a gender clinic and you get looked at by therapists or gender clinicians or whatever, the idea is that if a person is either confident that they're trans or they're not sure or there's any ambiguity, you get put on hormone blockers for a bit because that delays the onset of biological puberty, which allows for more time to decide whether or not you want to take cross-sex hormones. Okay, the framing here is so strange. I don't know why is Zizek using like turf language? It's not just like Zizek is wrong on this. It's that Zizek is wrong and he's adopting the rhetoric and terminology of an oppositional political group, you know? It's not like wrong on its own. It's like wrong in line with an existing group of wrong. Puberty blockers were administered to almost all children sent for assessment at Tavistock, including to autistic and troubled youngsters who may have been misdiagnosed as uncertain about their sexuality. Source on this? Wait, why are we just saying that, like, off the road? Including to autistic and why would a trans youth be troubled? What, troubled? What? Like we're just stating this off that, wow, well, you know, all those people going in for hip replacement surgeries might have just had bad gas that day. Like, what do you, based on what? In other words, life-altering treatments were being given to vulnerable children. Okay, this is like actually... Hold on. First of all, a lot of treatments are life-altering. It's medicine. That's the point, obviously. When you go to a doctor, the life-altering treatments are the thing doctors offer. That's the thing they do. Were given to vulnerable children. What is the framing here? All children are vulnerable. They're children. Do we not do medicine to children? Are we done with that? Is it over now? What does this mean? Before they were old enough to know whether they wanted to medically transition. That's the point of puberty blockers. That's the whole point. They delay the onset of puberty, so more time is given to know whether or not you want to medically transition. As one of the critics said, a child experiencing gender distress needs time and support, not to be set in a medical pathway they may later regret. The medical pathway they may later regret is also biological puberty. This is such a common framing, and it's absolutely insane. The idea is like, okay, you know, children are too young to have any decisions on this matter. You have to wait. Well, the reason that these decisions are being made early, the reason puberty blockers are being prescribed is because biological puberty starts early. The whole thing they're trying to avoid, the entire point that they're trying to avoid is getting at this before puberty fully sets in, and thus cements a number of biological changes that would later have to be undone much more vigorously with biological transition, with hormones. That's the whole reason this is being done. If you have a young trans girl who is denied puberty blockers and goes through male puberty and then only at 18 is allowed to take estrogen, they have already been forced down a medical path of regret. They have already, through medical and political means, been pushed into a category where irreversible biological changes were made to their body without their desire or consent or permission, purely as a matter of course, as the way our bodies develop, you know? But the decision to put them in that category when we have puberty blockers is a decision. It's a choice that is being made. The willingness to deny someone medical care, to undo an otherwise irreversible or inevitable medical change, is itself a decision. You have two roads, and the whole point of puberty blockers is to give more time to decide which road is best. By the way, Isla Bryson had been on hormones before the case. Zizek cites and uses on that paper. Is that true? The person who was in prison? If they were... Wait, is that true? I didn't look at this case because I can't follow every, like, bonger transphobia case. A biological male convicted of rape. Bryson decided he was no longer a man only after appearing in court in a rape charge. Is that true? I'm sorry, I didn't realize how bad this article would be, so I guess I should have checked this right off the bat. The Isla Bryson case concerns Isla Bryson, a 31-year-old Scottish trans woman, convicted in January 2023 of the rapes of two women that she committed prior to her transition. Well, considering the fact that trials and convictions can take years, is it not entirely possible that she would have transitioned, like, after arrest but before conviction? She did not begin the process of transitioning until the age of 29. At the time of her trial, she was undergoing feminizing hormone therapy and seeking gender-affirming surgery. Wait, seriously? Wait, Zizek was like, yeah, basically he just decided that he was a woman right after getting arrested. And she'd been on hormone blockers for 2 years? Or sorry, not hormone blockers, estrogen for 2 years, and was seeking gender-affirming surgery, which probably means bottom surgery. I mean, it's either breast enhancement or bottom surgery or facial feminization surgery, I guess. Okay. So this isn't even a case of somebody acting in bad faith. It's just a trans woman going to women's prison. That she was a rapist doesn't seem to make any meaningful difference, considering the fact that cis female rapists go to women's prison. Began undergoing her gender reassignment therapy in 2020 before her trial. It was all a meme? It was like, ha ha ha, I took estrogen for years and permanently changed my body so that I'd go to a women's prison. Ha ha, I've been planning this since the day I was born. I told my gender clinician that I was actually a woman when I was 8 years old and took puberty blockers till I was 13. And then I waited and I took estrogen and I got bottom surgery and I've spent my entire life waiting and waiting so that when I do finally do a rape, I can go to women's prison. Ha ha ha. What is this? That level of planning? Yeah, fucking L from Death Note. The paradox is clear. Puberty blockers were given to allow youngsters to pause maturity and freely decide about their sexual identity. By the way, I don't like the use of the term sexual identity. It's gender identity. When I hear the term sexual identity, what I think they're saying is sexuality. Because, like, nobody says that. Everyone says gender identity. They're saying sexual identity, but the claim isn't that your sex is an identity thing. It's, like, very common, like, turf bullshit here. But these drugs may also cause numerous other physical and psychic pathologies. I mean, they physically block puberty. I don't know much about the Shadow Realm damage it does to you. Do we mean psychological? And nobody asked the youngsters if they were ready to receive drugs with such consequences. No. Actually, if you're young and you go to a gender clinic and you talk to gender clinicians and you get prescribed medicine, you do actually get talked to about whether you're ready to receive these drugs with these consequences. The entire point of the drugs being prescribed is based on the feelings and identity of the young person. This is not a medical diagnosis that can be made without seeking out the perspective of the child. Does he think they just ram the drugs into them? Yeah, they just, like, they pile the drugs up in their hand and slam it down against their face really hard, and just instantly depuberties them. Yeah, the narrative here is just so ridiculous. If you go and watch Abigail Thorne's video on If you go watch Abigail Thorne's video on how did I misspell Abigail Thorne that badly? If you watch Abigail Thorne's video on I emailed my doctor 133 times the crisis in the British healthcare system, the massive gap between what reactionaries believe seeking out trans care is like and what it actually is like is unbelievable. It's literally like if you talk to a conservative, it's like every single trans youth gets to just like skip into a clinic and immediately be given like everything that everyone could ever want. And then in reality, it's like, no, people wait for years. People die while waiting for any kind of hormone blockers, for estrogen, for testosterone, for any kind of surgery. It's just these enormous gap between the two. It's psychotic. Dr. Hilary Cass, one of the critics, wrote, sorry, we have no way of knowing whether, rather than buying time to make a decision, puberty blockers may disrupt the decision-making process. Brain maturation may be temporarily or permanently disrupted. No! Puberty blockers have been in use since the 1980s. They have been approved for use on young people. We have a full writing of medical knowledge on the effect of puberty blockers on brain maturation. I've done charts on this before. It's not a problem. What is this may be? They've been in use for like 40 years. Why are we pretending we don't know? Also, how do puberty blockers disrupt the decision-making process? I mean, if you want, you can take a look at, I don't know, regret rates, where the regret rate for cross-sex hormones and gender conversion surgery, or whatever the PC woke term we're using today is, are incredibly low, with something like a 2% regret rate. I'm revamping the Ultimate Research doc, by the way. I want a new format, okay? We're working on we're going to include rhetoric, okay? That's what we're going to include. All right? We're going to up this. I talked about it a while ago. We're going to do that, okay? We're going to bring it up. We're going to update the whole thing. Yeah, you need rhetoric, not just the talking points. Yeah, the new study that came out the other day was like, yeah, we had like 6 people who regretted their sexual bottom surgery or whatever after like 1,500 cases or something. We just don't have any evidence that there's this gigantic glut of people who regret going on puberty blockers. We just don't. In fact, if we just look up puberty blocker regret rate, a new study shows conservative fears of transition regret overblown. In a large patient pool, 98% of trans youth who took puberty blockers ended up choosing hormone therapy. So after years of puberty blockers, 98% of trans youth then go on to go for hormone therapy. Now, what conservatives will do is they'll cope. They'll take a deep hit of copium right here, and they'll say, well, the only reason they did that was because they'd been, like, coerced into doing that. You actually can't trust any results or any, like, user approval rate or regret rate or detransition rate because they're all being groomed into continuing down the path they were set down. And yes, that is what Zizek is alluding to here as well. If all of the data disagrees with you, the only thing you can really do is suggest that the data is corrupted by some kind of lurking variable or hidden force. And in this case, the lurking variable would be this magical groomer energy that emanates from all trans issues that magically makes the data the opposite of what it appears to be on paper. Let me just get to the point here in this article where it says 1%. Two patients who express regret, or less than 1% of the group studied. What is this down here? Rate of regret of less than 1% among trans men and women who underwent gonadectomy. Wow, I hate that term. Removal of the testes or ovaries. Oh, so that'd be like orchiectomy or whatever the ovary equivalent is, and that would be the sex-neutral term. Gonadectomy. Wow, that sounds dumb. Okay, well, that's not even a puberty blocker thing. That's bottom surgery, kind of. Anyway. One should take a step even further in this criticism and question the very basic claim that arriving at sexual identity is a matter of mature free choice. Yep, here we go. There is nothing abnormal in sexual confusion. What we call sexual maturation is a long, complex, and mostly unconscious process. It is full of violent tensions and reversals, not a process of discovering what one really is at the depths of one's psyches. What I'm not noticing here is a fucking argument. That's the main thing that I'm not noticing here. Um, well, your gender identity is a unique thing. It isn't just a simple choice. There's a lot of complex social factors that go into whether or not you choose your gender identity of this or that. In this respect, gender identity is unlike literally everything else in society, which doesn't have any kind of complex social component to its development. Okay? Argument? Argument? And? Askers? I'm asking. Hello? At many gender clinics across the West, doctors feel compelled to adopt an unquestioning affirmative approach. So a lot of people scream about this right here, but this is actually medically considered to be the best approach. Basically, the attitude of gender clinicians right now is if a kid comes in and they're like, hey, I was born a boy, but I really feel like a girl, their response, the doctor, should not be, oh, are you sure? Aren't you actually a boy? Basically, you take an unquestioning affirmative approach towards their gender identity, but that doesn't mean you don't look for or try to identify any adjacent issues. So, if there was a gender clinician or a therapist, and the like a 13-year-old trans girl came in and was like, "Hey, I think I'm a girl that but also I have these other like trauma-based issues and so on and so forth." You would never go, "Oh, well, I actually think you're a boy and you think you're a girl because of this reason." What you would say is, "Okay, yeah, you're a girl, great, but let's take a look at these issues." And then you would try to work through it. Because as it turns out, and you can all probably understand this because you're not literally retarded, if you talk to a young trans person and you're like, "Okay, here's the first step of my therapy care for you. I'm just going to deny your identity. I actually know your gender. You don't know your gender. I know your gender. So let's continue. Let's talk about your childhood trauma now that I've confirmed that I have no interest whatsoever in listening to you." It's just not good therapy. It's bad clinical practice. So that's the reason when you hear unquestioning affirmative approach, what they're talking about here is unquestioningly affirmative of their gender identity, because why wouldn't you be? It doesn't. Yeah, it's like depression as well. When a person comes in and they tell you that they're like feeling super depressive or they're having suicidal thoughts, what therapist would be like, "You're not having suicidal thoughts"? Yeah, Cap. I'm sorry, I've been feeling really depressive lately. Cap. No. That shit is not bussing. For real, for real. Thank you. With little regard to other underlying mental health crises troubling children, you might keep in mind this is being cited from one critic here. NHS faces crackdown. Oh, don't forget, by the way, that the crackdown on the NHS was entirely political. The reason the NHS got a crackdown on puberty blockers and their gender clinicians was not because they were met with an overwhelming body of contradictory medical evidence. It was because politicians and activists, reactionary activists, led a fight against them. This had nothing to do with like an institutional reassessment of their medical practices, which is, by the way, how things should work when we're talking about medicine. Obviously. The pressure is, in fact, twofold. For one thing, clinicians are cowed by the trans lobby, Zizek, which interprets skepticism regarding puberty blockers as a conservative attempt to make it more difficult for trans individuals to actualize their sexual identity. For one, gender identity. For two, yeah, that's kind of true. Unless you have an actual argument or like evidence that puberty blockers are bad medical practice in spite of us using them for decades. Yeah, that's true. You need to yes. Like this is such a stupid. For one thing, scientists are cowed by the woke lobby, which interprets skepticism regarding racial IQ as a conservative attempt to, yeah, like you could do this for literally anything. Sorry, buddy, you need an argument. This is compounded by a financial compulsion. More than half of Tavistock's income, for example, came from the treatment of youngster sexual troubles. Damn, wait, hold on. My argument is getting reassessed here. Are you telling me that in a capitalist country a medical institution made money off of the medicine they did, that can't possibly be correct. Hold on, whoa, 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 whoa. You're telling me profit exists still? We didn't get rid of this already? Hold on. You're telling me that there is a financial incentive for businesses to do the things they set up the business to do? Oh, we'll shut it all down, clearly. Oh, are you enjoying those Olive Garden breadsticks? Are you aware of the fact that there was a financial incentive to produce those? Oh, yeah, really? This is the level we're sinking to right now? In short, what we have here is the worst combination of politically correct badgering with the brutal calculation of financial interest. This is exactly what reactionaries said about the DSM removing homosexuality as a mental illness. And this is also what anti-vaxxers say when they say, like, oh, well, you can't trust Pfizer, even though we have a billion studies that the vaccine is a good thing to take. Did you know they make money off of their medicine that they spend money on making? The use of puberty blockers is yet another case of woke capitalism. To be sure, both of these controversies resulted in at least partial victory for anti-woke forces. What? This is such incredibly low IQ framing. What? Is this, like, poorly translated? Was this somehow made worse without Zizek's awareness? It's not like he can't write in English. Sturgeon resigned and the Tavistock Clinic was closed. But the forces at work have a momentum that far exceeds the view of individual politicians and the dynamics of particular institutions. If anything, individuals and institutions are constantly attempting to accommodate themselves to strictures coming from elsewhere, rather than imposing them top-down. It is therefore certain that similar scandals will continue to multiply. What scandals? No wrongdoing was found. The trans prisoner had been transitioning for 3 years prior to their conviction. The Tavistock Clinic was never found to have engaged in any medical malpractice. Yeah, and Nicholas Sturgeon did not resign because one trans woman was sent to a male prison rather than a female prison. Well, like Nicholas Sturgeon resigned because of that exclusive reason? Because that's what the article seems to be implying. Like, look, this quote right here was considered so important that they decided to make it its own highlight. We have a person who identifies itself as a woman using its penis to rape 2 women. Okay? Women can be rapists? It's been known to happen? This is like, yeah, this is the bonk. This is like oh man, this hits hard. Oh man, this is some good shit right here. We need to bold this in 18-point font. Like, it's dehumanizing, fear-mongering. Yeah, it's in addition to this being, like, very poorly thought out, it's also, like, empirically incorrect on a lot of points. Yeah, he ate from the trash ban of transphobic ideology, unfortunately. This is just very stupid. Like, that's... I always get, like, weird alarm bells running off in my head because I know for a fact that Zizek is neither stupid nor a grifter. I know he's neither of those things. He's not. You can think about this article what you want. I'm certainly thinking lots of things about it right now, but he's neither stupid nor a grifter, which leaves me kind of like, I don't know, baffled as to why this exists. Like, I don't... Okay, well, in the absence of those two motivating forces, I genuinely have no idea. Maybe he's just old-fashioned? No, but being old-fashioned doesn't make you stupid. These are stupid arguments. That's the thing. Having old-fashioned values would be one thing. If he wanted to write a big article on gender essentialism or whatever, I don't necessarily think you would have to be stupid or a grifter to write that out. I just think you'd have to be wrong, you know? You can be wrong in a fashion which is both smart and sincere. That's totally possible. This is stupid. It's wrong and stupid and sincere. As if interest group agitation and the compulsions of capital weren't enough, wokeness can also draw upon reserves of religious strength. In our official ideological space, of course, wokenness... Was this meant to be wokeness? and religious fundamentalism appear as incompatible opposites, but are they really? This is really dumb. This is like I am enlightened by my own intelligence tier shit. It may seem that Orthodox Christians and the trans lobby are opposed, but are they really? Is wokeness not its own religion? Nearly a decade ago, the ex-Muslim activist Maryam Namazi was invited by London's Goldsmiths College to lecture on the topic Apostasy, Blasphemy, and Free Expression in the Age of ISIS. Her talk, which focused on Islamic oppression of women, was repeatedly and rudely disrupted by Muslim students. Did Namazi find allies among the college's feminist society? No. The feminists sided with the Goldsmiths Islamic Society. Oh, God. I have to read up on this. This really doesn't feel like Zizek's past writing in tone or style. Actually, it kind of doesn't. Does it? I mean, I've read articles from him before, and they usually come across as kind of witty and self-aware. Yeah, did they kidnap him? Is he in a basement right now? Do they have a gun to his head? What's happening? Okay, all right. What happened here? Also, I don't know why we're pivoting on to actually, the woke left defends ISIS because they're so afraid of Islamophobia. This feels like a very just like low IQ thing to jump to. All right, connections.org. Oh, this is a long thing here. I see. Okay. On the Skeptical Science blog, not too long ago, Miami was invited to talk to atheists, secularists, and humanist society. Then, however, she was canceled by the Students' Union because they feared she might incite hatred. Then the ban was reversed and the talk went ahead. Is that all that happened? There was like a worry she would be reactionary, but then they undid the ban. Is that literally it? So there was like an overly so there was like an overly aggressive attempt to keep her from speaking at the thing, but then she spoke at the thing and that's it? What is being talked about now? Is there anything this woman has said in the past that might give the people there a reason to believe that she would say something kind of reactionary? Oh, she's been busy. Holy shit, you're right. His writing style is way different. It usually has way more pop culture references and is way less focused. He usually makes an effort to make you think and not give direct answers in his books. Yeah, I don't want to do any conspiracy bullshit here, but it does kind of feel that way. Yeah, she puts Muslims on the same level as Nazis and Soviets. Okay. The manifesto begins thus. After having overcome fascism, Nazism, and Stalinism, the world now faces a new totalitarian global threat, Islamism. Oh, well, there we go. Now we know why people objected to her being there, because she's yet another one of those ex-Muslim fanatics who, like ex-converts of any religion, engage in the most, ridiculous overstatement of terms against their previous doctrine. Yeah. And this was released back in Danish cartoon riots manifesto 2005 2006, like shortly after 9/11. So yeah, okay, that doesn't necessarily mean that she's never done anything worthwhile, but like, okay, so some students didn't like her, but then she talked anyway. All right, let's move on. This unexpected solidarity, what, is ultimately grounded in the similarity in form of the two discourses. Wokeness operates as a secularized religious dogma. Okay, for real. Did he have a gun to his head? Seriously? Again, this sounds nothing like him. This is the same conservative. He's never used this rhetoric before. With all the contradictions this implies, John McWhorter, a black critic of racial wokeness, has enumerated some of these in his recent book, Woke Racism. You must... A black critic of racial wokeness. Okay, I'm actually starting to wonder. This language is so off base for him, like entirely. A black critic of racial wokeness? This guy has an entire Wikipedia essay on views on racism. In a 2001 article, McWhorter wrote that black attitudes rather than white racism were what held African Americans back in the United States. According to McWhorter, victimology, separatism, and anti-intellectualism underlie the general black community's response to all race-related issues, and it's time for well-intentioned whites to stop pardoning as understandable the worst of human nature whenever black people exhibit it. Yeah, that's what white people do whenever black people do a crime. They pardon it. That's historically the relationship between white people and black people in this country. A black person will do something bad, and then a white person will be like, huh, that's cool. And, you know, don't look at anything, any data on anything. Just close your eyes. Who wrote this? But that was back in 2001. Maybe he's come across a little bit here? McWhorter has posited that anti-racism has become as harmful in the United States as racism itself. As early as December 2018, McWhorter described anti-racism as a religious movement. He's argued software algorithms by themselves cannot be racist because unlike humans, they lacked intention. In his 2021 book, Woke Racism, McWhorter expands upon those viewpoints and argues that third-wave anti-racism is a religion he terms electism, with white privilege as original sin. McWhorter likens the books White Fragility, How to Be an Anti-Racist, and Between the World and Me to sacred... Dude, what a big brain, novel position. Whoa. You think that progressivism is like its own religion, man? Oh, man, that's so right. They both even have dogma. Like in Christianity, you have to metaphorically drink the blood and eat the flesh of Christ. And then with Martin Luther King Jr., he said you can't call them the N-word. Those are like both dogmas. Oh, whoa, that's so cool. Now that you've pointed that out, I feel so smart. Don't worry, guys, he's divorced. McWhorter has 2 daughters. He separated from his wife in 2019. Ha! All right, there we go. That's my spite bit at the end. There we go. We got him. Here's a Zizek article from just a week ago. The tone doesn't match at all. The dark side of neutrality. In the year since Russia launched its war of aggression against Ukraine, large developing countries like Brazil, India, and South Africa have sought to remain above the fray. Yet, as with Western pacifists, these countries' non-alignment amounts to tacit support for imperialism. True! Oh my god, a good take from Zizek? Okay, let me just read, like, one paragraph here. The same is true of individuals. If a passerby saw a man relentlessly beating a child on a street corner, we would expect the witness to try to stop it. Neutrality is out of the question. On the contrary, we would deplore the moral turpitude of inaction. Doesn't that sound... Indeed, the official Kremlin line describes the war as a special operation for the denazification and de-demonization of Ukraine. Among Ukraine's provocations, quotes, is that it has permitted pride parades and allowed LGBTQ rights to undermine traditional sexual norms and gender roles. What? 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 Kremlin-aligned commentators speak of liberal totalitarianism, even going so far as to argue that George Orwell's 1984 was a critique not of fascism or Stalinism, but of liberalism. He writes... Is it even a Zizek article if he doesn't sarcastically include the opposition's words in quotation marks? It bears mentioning once again that Russia is counting on the, quote, neutralist argument to eventually prevail. As the military historian Michael Clark explains, the Kremlin's plan will be to keep fighting until the West gets fed up and pressures Kiev into appeasing them with whatever territory they will have taken by then. Russia is digging in for a protracted war that will include the quiet mobilization of some 600,000 soldiers every year for the, quote, indefinite future. I've read Zizek's writing before. It's full of sarcasm. It's full of pop culture references. It's full of like it's full of, I don't know, biting commentary. There's an effort made to kind of like incisively, what is this? This doesn't read like him. In like 1 week, he went from criticizing Russia for listing LGBTQ demonstrations in Ukraine as a sign of Western degeneracy, and then he writes this. What is the publication? Compactmag.com. I am like massively huffing copium right now. I just don't feel like this reads like... I'm huffing so much copium. Email him or something. Yeah, okay, hold on. I don't understand. I don't see anyone like publicly contesting the legitimacy of the article. I just, man, I don't know. It seems Zizek has written transphobic material before, though. Again, I want to be clear. My confusion here isn't that he's wrong. I know he's been wrong before. He's also written stuff on refugees that I disagree with. But when he was wrong about refugees, and even when he was wrong about trans people in the past, he was wrong in a way that felt characteristic of him and intelligently written. You can be smart and wrong. That's the thing. You can be intelligent and come to a wrong conclusion. You can have biases and still enumerate on them in a way that comes across as informed. But this is really dumb. And what's more, this feels like it's just a recitation of a bunch of really old, hackneyed conservative talking points that have been, like, played out for years. And I don't, like, if nothing else, Zizek has never been tedious, has he? Is that a feeling you typically get with his articles and lectures, that he's tedious? I feel like he's always made an effort to be a little bit novel, but, like, wokeness is a new religion? Seriously? That McWhorter guy is, yeah. You are not a racist to criticize critical race theory. Man, I really have to do my own Substack and put no effort into it. Dude, holy shit. This guy is the biggest, man, if I was black. Is it racist to expect black kids to do math for real? Can we please ditch the term systemic racism? The Victorians had to accept Darwin. We need to accept that cops kill white people as easily as they kill black people. Um, Holy shit. This guy's like entire fucking role in life is to beg to Whitey to understand that he's not like them, that he's one of the good ones. Jesus Christ. I can't stand these turncoat grifter fucks. Oh my god, they're so fucking boring. Holy shit. Hey, did you guys know that I have every position a conservative has on race issues, except actually, I'm actually an egalitarian, and get this, I'm black? Wow, thank you. Phenomenal. Incredible. Fantastic. Thank you so much for contributing to discourse. Yeah, maybe I should listen to more black voices, is my issue. Oh, we'll talk about grifters soon. The way forward for the left. Yeah, this is also on Compact Mag, and this is also just from like 3 weeks ago. Dude, listen just to the beginning of this article. In politics, the motto larvetus prodeo, I go forward mast, is often quite appropriate. A revolutionary force, when it takes over, at first doesn't show its true colors, but merely claims it wants to improve the existing system. But isn't it even more appropriate to turn the saying around, lavartes resido? When I am forced to retreat, I assume a deceiving mask to cover up the depth of my defeat and present it as a fresh advance? Then again, what if the naked face itself is already a mask, so that when I retreat, I pretend to drop my mask and offer my true face, the ultimate deception? Just recall politicians who, often late in their age, betray their radical roots and claim they are now no longer possessed by false visions. I renounce my ideological illusions. Now I am just who I truly am. This sounds way more like him because it's entirely up its own ass. It's a Nosball magazine? Compact mag? Raw egg nationalists' one weird trick. Really? For raw egg nationalists, the threat is not so much secular institutions, but globalists. What website is this? Not sure about Nosball, but definitely a weird-ass publications. This reeks of Nosball. From Wikipedia, the magazine's editorial line is critical of liberalism from both the left and the right. Okay. Recent columns. The Prophet of COVID Tyranny. Wyndham Lewis and the Bohemian Lie. Nicola Sturgeon's Trans Folly. Against the IQ Fetish, America's Deindustrialized Military. Okay. Also, the magazine had a few founders, populist conservatives, and a Marxist. The Marxist has left, though. Zizek has a lot of friends who are right wing. He said himself multiple times. Do you think maybe he got misinfoed? Again, my issue isn't that he's wrong. It's that this is retarded. All right, whatever. The site is Nosball. Start fourth paragraph down. What is this? The problem with compact magazine. Compact's inaugural articles tilt mostly to the right. One article by Nina Power claimed the patriarchy has been dismantled, leaving terrible violence in its place. Another by Adam Lehrer urges heterosexual male artists to resist aesthetic castration in the age of Me Too. And a Ponta article on free speech suggests that conservatives are out of power today, though tomorrow the same people may be in power and leading the charge in favor of a ban against transgenderism in schools. This is a collection of fantasies. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Greenwald writes for them too. Okay. Their founder is a Catholic convert. Man, it's all Catholic converts now, isn't it? Like from the bottom up, like all of these so-called populist, like right-wing think pieces, it's all Catholic converts. And none of them are actually Catholic. All of them just like read too many Pepe Crusader Wojak memes and decided that it would be epic and red-pilled and West-based Western society maxing if they were converted. It's either Catholicism or Orthodoxism, or sorry, Orthodoxy. Not that there's any difference, by the way. If anyone ever gets in your ass about the difference between Catholicism and Orthodoxy, keep in mind converts don't practice either. Catholic and Orthodox converts are both LARPing. They're both equally each other. It doesn't matter. The only difference is what buildings they like and whether they prefer like fancy cardinal hats or fancy furry Orthodox hats. And then there are a couple like Tate and Haas that converted to Islam. Andrew Tate converted to Islam and the day after took a picture of him drinking whiskey on a private flight. Haz isn't Muslim. They all do the exact same thing. It's all like my masculinity feels threatened. It's all like I have a porn addiction. I can't stop looking at black videos. I can't stop looking at black men with fat dicks like railing women who I imagine to be my girlfriend or wife. I need a coming back to Christ. You know, I will convert to this. It all, whatever it is, as long as it's trad, okay? And Protestantism isn't trad, which is why they don't go for convert Protestantism. It's always like, oh yeah, hail Allah, hail the Prophet, oh fucking Orthodoxy Catholic bullshit. As long as you get to wear a big furry fancy hat, okay, they're happy. There is a difference between the religions, though. We got to be careful that we're just talking about the converts. I'm talking about the converts, but they're not real converts. They don't actually practice these religions. All right, are we done here? It looks like the rest of this is basically just, look at this. The woke awakens us to racism and sexism precisely to enable us to go on sleeping. Thank you so much for this incredible wisdom. Phenomenal. Thank you. All right, very good, Zizek. I don't think this was, a lot of people in chat are saying this is impersonation. I don't think it's impersonation. I just think it's retarded. Yeah, he's a contributing editor of Compact. If you guys really want to play conspiracy theory on this, we could talk about how it says Slavoj Žižek here, and at the end it says that Slavoj Žižek is a contributing editor, but it doesn't actually say written by Slavoj Žižek. There, that's the real conspiracy bait. All right. Enjoy your conspiracism. That's enough. That ended up being so much worse and so much more stupid than I thought it would be. All right. I love conspiracy. Yeah. Do you think he wrote it? Yes. Okay. The Compact Mag founder is the Dean of Theologian Studies. Not going to lie, pretty interesting. He's a Marxist according to the Mag Wiki. Didn't they say this guy left? That the conservatives stayed, but this guy left? Listen, literally any media outlet you fund that tries to do this right-left synthesis against liberalism bullshit will end up being a right-wing mag. There is literally no similarity between right and left criticisms of liberalism, so there's no reason for them to share any article. The only thing you can do is legitimize far-right arguments by proxy, because right-wing arguments are stupid and left-wing arguments aren't. This doesn't even mention the Compact Mag. This guy? It only started a year ago. Founded by Marxist populist. Never trust people who self-identify as a populist. Former editor of the conservative ecumenical journal First Things. Matthew Schmidt's conservative opinion journalist Sarab Amari. Great. The New York Times describes the magazine's editors as being ideologically diverse, including religiously conservative Catholics, populists, and dissident Marxist feminists. Uh-huh. Critique of liberal from both the left and the right. Uh-huh. Don't you self-identify as a populist? I am one, but I'm not going to say it because everyone who says it is a fucking right-wing piece of shit. It's exactly the same as anti-imperialist. I am an anti-imperialist, but everyone who starts their Twitter bio with anti-imperialist actually means they're pro-Russia. Literally every time. If you see somebody with a Twitter bio that says anti-imperialist first or second or third or at all, it almost always they are just pro-Russian, and they will nakedly defend imperialism as long as it is Russian imperialism. The term is completely co-opted. Look at the contributing editors. Glenn Greenwald, Leah Leibovitz, Michael Tracy, Patrick Deneen, Paul Lamberti, and Slavoj Žižek. Dissident Marxist feminist? Well, who's the dissident Marxist? Dissident Marxist feminist. What's so dissonant about them? Exactly. It's like how putting anti-Zionist on your bio is sus as fuck. Yeah, exactly. Like, the majority of people who call themselves anti-Zionists are just anti-Semites, even if anti-Zionism isn't anti-Semitic. You know, it's just these terms get co-opted. Here's the New York Times article for that dissident feminist. 2 religious conservatives and a Marxist walk into a journal. Completely fitting, by the way, for the New York Times to be jerking off this this publication for being centrist, considering the fact that the New York Times right now is promoting essentially, genocidal rhetoric against trans people with its defense of J.K. Rowling. Compact, the new magazine, edited by 2 religious Marxist proponent of labor populism. Who is this Marxist? Can somebody give me the name of this person? And who is this, like, feminist? Dissident Marxist feminist. Who? Columnist like Christopher Caldwell, a right-wing American journalist. Lee Smith. Not much written here. Who's the dissident feminist? J.D. Vance shows the way forward for the GOP. That is the most recent article from the founder and editor, Sarab Amari. J.D. fucking Vance. He's still the one with a drawing of Donald Trump. Only Trump defied the deep state empowered by his Republican predecessors. Yeah, some very salient right-wing critiques of liberalism on display here. Orban's warning for Europe. If the U.S. was a serious power, it would pay heed to the warnings issued from Hungary about the economic calamity facing Europe. Why the fuck would we listen to Hungary? Why? Instead, Team Biden has dispatched a same-sex married liberal activist as its envoy to Budapest in an attempt to tweak Hungarians' conservative sensibilities. So what this writer is actually saying is the liberal degenerate Biden sent a gay person over to Hungary instead of like a based and trad-pilled person. Same-sex married liberal activist. Yeah, we should definitely listen to Hungary's economic advice. That's definitely something we should care about. This is pro-Russia propaganda. If something believes you can beat Russia, change thing in Moscow, it's a pure mistake. His attitude isn't born of any deep love for Moscow. Hungary's historical and geographic circumstances imposed on her. Realism. Oh, look. Yeah. Oh, hey, wow. That's crazy. It's the fucking Mersheimer misappropriation of geopolitical realism being employed to defend right-wing propaganda. That's crazy. Wow. That completely nonsensical thing. That was great. But don't worry, guys. They're actually they're a right-wing populist. How America kneecapped its unions, paying no attention to the fact that even if they may defend unions, all the politicians they support are extremely anti-union. Paying no attention to the fact that underlying the rhetoric is the exact same fascist agenda that you'd see from any modern Republican politician. Vosh, the feminist, is Nina Power. She's a TERF, I can't. Why We Need Patriarchy from Nina Tower. Damn, that really is a dissident Marxist feminist right there. It's true. That is completely correct. A lot of Marxist feminists would not say this. So that is a thing that one might say if one were a dissident on the subject. Oh, they barely post. And I guess what can you expect from a woman, right? That's from a year ago. Oh, the previous article was trans barbarism. The article before that was Can Freud Save Us from Gender Madness? The Trans War on Tomboys. Oh, wait, are these articles written non-linearly? Because this one's from 2023. This might be her most recent article, The Trans War on Tomboys. A real thing that is happening. Nicola Sturgeon's Trans Folly. Okay. So this person exists seemingly primarily to attack trans people. That's founder and editor. That's the senior editor. What about Edwin Apont? This person has written 2 articles. So this is the person who left. And interestingly, the person who left has 2 articles that don't actually seem to be right-wing populist bullshit. Interestingly. And then finally we have this. Matthew Schmitz, founder and editor. Oh, wait, we already saw this. This is the J.D. Vance as the way forward guy. Yeah. Wait. Oh, sorry. They both wrote that. Oh, my apologies. Sohrab Amari and Matthew Schmitz both wrote the J.D. Vance shows the way forward for the GOP article and the He's Still the One Donald Trump article. My apologies. Here's an article which is no doubt critical of the January 6th committee. In all this, the January 6th committee democracy defenders are exactly like the protesters who descended on the Capitol on January 6, 2021. The protesters believed they were defending the Constitution against those who sought to overthrow it. They saw themselves as fighting for a democracy that was about to be stolen. They were, in at least some cases, prepared to treat their opponents as criminals. They brought a guillotine. These aren't the only parallels between the Jan 6 protest and the Jan 6 committee. Oh, nothing but the highest IQ on display from these people. Zizek is seriously dipping his toes in this bullshit? Are we fucking kidding me? Come on, man. I could bully all of these people. These fucking intellectual featherweights. There's nothing that I love more than these these so-called right-wing economic populists who, when you actually get down to the heart of their political positions, are indistinguishable from fascists in every way and will support every anti-populist fascist measure imaginable because all of their populist inclinations are secondary to their interest in fascism. It's just the right. It's just more of the right. It's exactly the same as what libertarian conservatives try to do, where libertarians are like, dude, we're not conservatives. We're like the cool guys. And then you go on like any libertarian's Twitter account and they're all like attacking Abraham Lincoln and they're all defending like revoking the Civil Rights Act and letting it be put up to a state-by-state basis. And it's like, oh, okay, you're just fascists from a deregulatory angle. Your way of promoting fascism is just by removing all government barriers to fascism. That's your side of the equation. You're just a useful, not even a useful idiot. You're just another part of the front for the broader right. That New York Times feminist is a fan of rolling? Really? You're kidding me. Oh, the Nina Power person that we saw on the front. Whoa, really? You're telling me that this diverse ensemble of writers and editors that they have for this magazine are all lockstep unified on the main conservative culture war talking point right now? How, in spite of the apparent ideological diversity of this magazine, somehow they all seem to have positions which don't contradict with the main thing the GOP is pushing for at the moment? That's the wackiest thing I've heard in a long time. What about, okay, well, as long as we're looking up everybody, how about Lila McCoy? Lila. No to health communism. Euthanasia is liberalism's endgame. Keep calm and trust Aristotle? drugging the masses? The children of women? This could go in a couple of directions. Hold on. It's usually fastest to check on their Twitter account. Oh! Well, I wonder what hot water this one got into recently. Well, in the absence of that and any proper Wikipedia article, no to health communism. A year ago, the Freedom Convoy of truck drivers protesting COVID-19 mandates descended on the Canadian capital of Ottawa. The truckers and their many thousands of supporters were seeking an end to Canada's harsh, 2-year-long pandemic restrictions, notably the vaccine mandate at the U.S.-Canadian border. Hey guys, don't ask any supporters of the Freedom Convoy who was mandating the vaccine mandate at the U.S.-Canadian border. See, it was a border, which means that it wasn't just Canadian government policy. They were protesting something the Canadian government didn't have the power to change. And 90% of truckers were vaccinated anyway. They mostly just wanted Trudeau gone. Okay, whatever. The convoy became a rallying call for all people across the globe who also disagreed with the prevailing narrative that their rights ought to be sacrificed by elites in the name of health. Oh, sorry guys, the concept of quarantine, done. No, never mind. Sorry, leaded gasoline, back on the menu, boys. Hey, how many lead pipes can we install in a short... All right, okay, open... mercury burning festivals. Fuck it. Oh my god. Every person who works at this mag is a fucking psychotic. They had one guy who wasn't a psychopath and he left and now it's all psychopaths. Jesus Christ. All right, well, last person. Malcolm Kuhn. Kuhn? Malcolm K. Yoon. Oh, is this an actual human being? Oh no. He's part of the steering council for the conservative think tank Oikos, headed by the politician Matthias Carlson. Kieran was a member of the Swedish Young Left and chairman of its Uppsala district until 2014, at which point he was suspended as a result of conflicts within the Left Party. While sometimes being labeled by media as a conservative due to his participation in Oikos, Kuhn primarily describes himself as a Marxist. Well, sorry, princess, okay, but we don't go by self-ID here. He's argued for populism as a political doctrine, which he defines as the notion that a country where the will of the people steers the agenda will be a country which is just and well-functioning. That's not at all a Marxist attitude. Have you ever read Marx? The ideology of the bourgeois is the ideology of the masses. That is necessarily the nature. That is the nature of capitalist realism, of capitalist ideology. Obviously, if you just turn things over to the will of the people, that doesn't actually mean that their will be self-interested or that they will have class consciousness. It just means, okay. Does populism mean anything anymore? No, it doesn't mean anything anymore. I feel like I've heard of this Carlson person before. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Jamie Akesson, who this guy is allied with, is the leader of the Swedish far right. Oh, leader of the Sweden Democrats in Riksdag. Okay, so Democrats doesn't mean the same. So the leader of this party... That's the Nazi party? This is the Nazi party? The Sweden Democrats? That's what they call it? A nationalist and right-wing populist political party in Sweden. The largest member of Sweden's right-wing governing bloc, to which it provides confidence and supply. Social conservative with a nationalist foundation, described as national conservative, anti-immigration, anti-Islam, Eurosceptic, and far-right. Originally had its roots in Swedish Nazism as well as white nationalism, but the party began to distance itself, at least optically, from that past in the late 90s and early 2000s. Under the leadership of Jimmy Åkesson since 2005, this SD underwent a process of reform by expelling hardline members and moderating its platform. Today, the Swedish Democrats officially reject both fascism and Nazism. Woo! Congratulations. 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 Well done. We've disavowed. We've officially disavowed. All right, well, let's take a look at what this brain genius has to offer this website. The power struggle behind the groomer war. The rise of gender Lysenkoism. This is exactly the title that I would expect from a far-right person who pretends to be a Marxist. Oh my god. Phenomenal. Why are these not chronologically listed? No Trumpism without Trump. America isn't ready for war with China. Europe on the brink. The West hollow war economy. Hollow war economy? The myth of conservative America. The real danger of censorship. Of all the people that we've looked at, this person might be the closest to a human being, but they're still probably a long step away from it. Edward Apont seems normal. That's the guy who left, right? Yeah, that's the guy who left. This one right here, he left a year ago. He wrote 2 articles, then dipped. He's a founder. He's not an editor anymore. Why are all of your Twitter accounts protected? What are you hiding from me? Yeah, it seems like the requirements for writing at this article, I mean, the main thing seems to be you have to be transphobic. You have to be, because anti-trans bullshit is the main, like, culture war talking point for the right now. You can differ on little stuff like faking support for unions, but you can't differ on the main issue, which is hating trans people. This guy is dead, it seems. I don't think he's actually dead. Why are you so against the will of the people? Do you only believe in revolutions if they're unpopular? The will of the people doesn't mean any. The will of the people will lots of dumb shit. That's the reason why Marxists are interested in class consciousness. Because even if the proletariat control a state, that doesn't necessarily mean it is a proletarian state. If the proletariat control a state and then immediately revive bourgeois institutions, then you've nothing. What will have you achieved then? You've only achieved the will of the bourgeoisie, just synthesized through proletariat action. You can't. It's not enough. You need class consciousness. This is very basic. Guys, we all know this, right? Basic Marxism. I'm not even some crazy scholar guy. I'm not, I don't know, Zizek, for example. I haven't read Hegel, but this is very 101 stuff. The will of the people on its own is meaningless in a Marxist context. The will of the people has to be appropriately channeled. Okay. Well, that was a very disappointing, but also, I think, pretty educational series of discoveries. Yeah, exactly. As Marxists, we look to see the will of the people brought to term, but unfortunately, the people are retarded. Okay. Hold your horses. We have a non-stop cavalcade of bullshit that we need to talk about. Sorry. Hmm? What's up? Oh. Cow nonsense. Is he? Is there a cat here? I don't see one. Artemy. Artemy, how do you respond to allegations that you are fat and dumb? Good boy. Your beard has grown. That's true. My beard does do that. Daily, even. All right. So this happened just the other day. A little bit, a little bit overt, I think, by our standards. Hold on. I'm just ignore the title of the YouTube video. It's a minute clip. We're just gonna listen, and then we're gonna do our analysis. Okay. So this is, yeah, this is Alaska politician. Yeah, this is yeah. Okay, here. Okay. So it turns out so far for this entire stream, my desktop audio has been muted, but I think that's okay because we've just been reading news articles. I don't think anything critical has been missed. Okay.
Through the chair, can you say that again? Did you say a benefit for society?
Talking dollars. Now you've got
Yes.
a $1.5 million price tag here for victims of fatal child abuse. It gets argued periodically that it's actually a cost savings because that child is not going to need any of those government services that they might otherwise, be entitled to receive and need based on, growing up in this type of environment.
Through the chair, Representative, I guess that would be the idea, if I can use a really bad analogy, when you hit somebody, you always back up because it's cheaper to insurance. I don't pertain to that, and I'm really, I'm not even sure how to answer that there's a cost saving to the death of a child.
Not actually sure. Okay, I'm a politician. I'm sitting here. I'm prepared for a lot. I wasn't prepared for that. I actually don't have a rehearsed answer for this. I am taken completely unawares on this. I'm stumped, frankly. I have nothing here. Just leave. Just go.
Impact that has on a family and us as a society when a child is lost, especially to child abuse and neglect, is unmeasurable, and it's hugely tragic.
Okay, so again, it's a little snippet here. Basically, the gist of it is the politician was essentially making the devil's advocate argument that he doubles down after. Yeah, no, it's just a little snippet. You can hear sort of preceding and following information, but I just wanted the snippet because there's not like that much to say. He's just kind of evil. The politician who said that is pro-life. Of course they are. No, they're literally arguing that if child abuse is to happen anyway, that it is maybe good for the child abuse to be fatal because then the state doesn't have to pay any of the damages in terms of like associated costs with people who suffer abuse. Genuinely remarkable stuff. Hold on. Let me look it up. I believe he was censored for this. Not censored, like censured, right? Like with a U, like where officially they're like, get the fuck out of here, that kind of thing. I believe so. Yes, that's it. From Rolling Stone, MAGA lawmaker, obviously, censured for calling fatal child abuse a benefit to society. Representative David Eastman is a diehard Trump supporter with ties to the Oath Keepers and a history of making controversial statements. Obviously, of course, that's where he would be aligned. I do feel like, censured with a U. I do feel like it is kind of revealing that like anybody could be elected to office while having the moral character and like self-preservation instinct of a person who would make this argument in public. You know what I mean? Like, imagine what Republicans have to be as a people for somebody like this to get their votes, you know? Literal Auschwitz guard material? Oh, for sure, yeah, 100%. Yeah. Quote, in the case where child abuse is fatal, obviously it's not good for the child, but it's actually a benefit to society because there aren't needs for government services and whatnot over the whole course of the child's life. Eastman was asked to clarify. Talking dollars, he said, adding that it gets argued periodically there's cost savings. Right. He recently fought off an effort to boot him from the state legislature for violating the disloyalty clause in Alaska's constitution by rallying for Trump in Washington, D.C. Isn't it really great how there can be actual laws banning them from doing stuff like this, and it doesn't matter? Like, I think it's fully okay to for sedition to be a disqualifying characteristic in a politician. If you openly support an insurrectionary attempt against the government, I think it's okay to call that sedition and kick you out of office. I think that's fine. But in the case of the Alaskan Constitution, they actually have a clause for disloyalty here that he was found to have violated, and it still didn't get him booted out of the state legislature. They've tried kicking him off numerous times. You say try, so they've failed to. Have they failed to because the entirety of the Republican legislature in Alaska keeps backing him? Faces lawsuit challenging his eligibility for office. Fantastic stuff. It's because he keeps getting voted in constantly. You know, if you get kicked out for sedition, I think it's okay to just not be able to vote them back in. From Wikipedia, despite several attempts to disqualify him from electability for elected office, on August 16, 2022, Eastman received 52.06% of the vote in the ranked choice open primary election for the 27th Alaska House District. What is the point of disqualifying a person from eligibility for elected office if voting for them again just puts them back in office? That's just a regular politician. You're not... that's not disqualifying them. That's just a regular line. Bottom line, Eastman described abortion as the ultimate form of child abuse in a 2017 resolution. And abortion is a necessarily fatal kind of child abuse from his perspective. So does this not follow through? Are we not on the ball? What the fuck, but he likes it? The incoherence of conservative, let's just say populism. All right. Our enemies are demons, blah, blah, blah. All right. You want to be relevant? We want to do the fresh kids drama, the hip and happening, bippin' and bappin' fresh kids. Well, who do Zoomers like more than the washed up, unlikable Jeffree Star? Okay, this is a Matt Walsh video. So basically, Jeffree Star recently in an interview came out with just a really pathetic like collection of pick-me arguments where he, with the IQ that he has, which is not much, you know, makes an effort to attack non-binary people. Here, hold on. Play the audio. Do it. Do it. You're not entirely sure what to make of this video player. All right, we'll find a different source. That's okay. That's how news sites are. That
you guys can hear me?
Is the entire 1 hour and 47-minute bit. Thank you very much, Thana, as always.
Other bullshit. I think I'm not into all the other bullshit. I think
What other bullshit?
the they and them
Yeah.
and all that extra shit that we added during the pandemic because everyone was so bored on their fucking houses. They just started to make up more shit and more shit.
More stuff.
Yeah. That's where the conservatives like me because I'm just real.
Yeah, you do have a conservative
you're not
vibe
they
to
and
you.
them. You're trans, you're male, or you're female.
So, for those of you who don't know, Jeffree Star is an unlikable, narcissistic piece of shit who's made a lot of money selling makeup. He's been involved in a ton of drama. The extent to which his moral character is broken and failing is kind of for the work of like extensive drama channels that I can't fully get into. And this is like an incredibly naked effort on his part to try to cultivate a new audience. The makeup products he sold have also been a scam. Yeah. Like it's everything, you know. But yeah, he's a weirdo narcissist. He also looks like he does here. So an attempt to try to buy out conservative interest is probably not going to work that well, which we'll see in a second.
And you're
And
standing on
people
that.
get so mad when I say that. How are you a they? What the fuck does that mean? It's stupid is what it is.
Yeah.
But you need someone like me that looks like me to say it. Because if you say it, it turns into you're homophobic, you hate trans people, you hate gays. And it's just how you feel. You don't hate anyone. You just think it's stupid.
It goes on for a while. Really, really dumb stuff. But we don't need to talk about how it's dumb, partly because it's kind of self-explanatory, and also, maybe more so, because Matt Walsh is here. This is like a John Swift, a moderate proposal tier. I have no idea what you're talking about. What is this? 1729? I wasn't alive back here. Come on, don't be ridiculous. Matt Walsh. I've always liked this guy. What do you have to say?
Today for our daily cancellation, I must again, unfortunately, cancel people on my own side, or at least theoretically on my own side. These are the conservatives who, over the past few days, have been frantically applauding their latest hero, their newly elected spokesman, their trendiest new conservative champion, Jeffree Star. And for those unfamiliar, as I was until 2 days ago, Star is a social media influencer and owner of a popular, I think, cosmetics brand. Star also enjoys dressing like a woman. But this flamboyant cross-dressing makeup salesman earned applause from many on the right, including prominent figures on the right, when he appeared on a podcast and said this.
I'm not into all the
Whoa, twice? I think hearing it once is enough, don't you?
think it's stupid.
Now that, what you just heard, makes Jeffree Star based, apparently. He's based now. He said one thing that conservatives like, and they were on the scene with pom-poms in no time. And yes, Star is right that the they-them stuff is BS, of course, obviously. But the
Obviously.
problem, one of them anyway, is that he rejects non-binary while affirming trans. He says that the only valid categories are trans, male, or female. And to drive that point home, he made another.
That's not how that works, but okay. Weirdly, doing it like that would make the trans category the non-binary category, which he was denouncing in that video, but okay. The three genders, yes.
Video responding to the backlash against his anti-they-them commentary, where he reiterated his support for and belief in transgenderism. Here it is.
I just went on and I saw a few outlets saying that I'm transphobic. Jeffree Star, who has 5 transgender employees.
Okay.
I have over 100 employees of all different ethnicities. A brand that is inclusive to the entire world. What we're not going to do is lie. So if you
Wait, brand that is inclusive. He sells makeup. What kind of makeup company would you have to run that was specifically non-inclusive to trans people? How would that function? Would it be like foundation that like coagulates if it detects XY chromosome? How would you? Yeah, not even a friend. He couldn't even say like I have trans friends. He could only say like yeah, I have trans I exploit the labor of trans people. I profit from their labor.
posted an article saying anything like that, you better delete it, Miss Thing, because I'm coming. All I said was this, I don't agree with pronouns. That's it.
Yeah, people say plantation owners are racist, but they actually employed a nearly entirely black workforce. So keep swinging with that cancel culture bat, abolitionists. It's not hitting us today.
So you know how Cardi B sued that woman and, well, the lady don't have any money, but Cardi B won, allegedly, a lot of money from the lawsuit, even though she'll never get it. It's still the point of she won. That was phenomenal for someone like me that has been abused and dragged through the mud. Now, we all know all my past mistakes, girl. Every time that I have an opinion, everyone has to bring up everything.
Back to
from the
Matt
past.
Walsh.
That's getting so old, but the support
Please.
and the understanding and the common sense from millions of people that I've seen over the last few days, it made me realize the planet's not that awful. Like, people get it. It's just social media, and they love to
Please.
Jeffrey Lynn. Also, shout out to so many
Please.
amazing, beautiful transgender people and the LGBT community in my DMs, writing me. Just thank you.
I want to stop hearing Jeffrey. Yeah, he's pretty fucking insufferable. He's probably a rapist and a pedo too, by the way. Yeah, what are the limits of United States actual malice defamation standards for public figures? Provably a pedophile, satire, asterisk, but not a satire joke, but also satire. True.
I'm sorry about that. This is just too much. Between this guy and the Glory Johnson tweet, it's just the amount of brain cells we're losing. It's really
That's right. Matt, you card. You wacko. You're so right about that.
it's like the effect of a concussion. We're all now concussed effectively because of the level of stupidity that we've been
It's white cisgender gay people. I've always said this.
forced. Well, that I have forced you to encounter today. But very inspiring response from this right-wing warrior who desperately defends himself from the transphobia claims by bragging about all the trans people he employs. I suppose it just goes to show that Democrats really are the real transphobes. Of course, check back in about 5 years and people on the right will be defending transgenderism and non-binary, but then claiming that trans speciesism is where they draw the line. And somehow that position will be applauded as not only correct, but based. See, this is how it works as the Overton window continues its relentless march to the left.
So, a couple of things here. First of all, Matt Walsh is semi-correct about this, and conservatives have been seething about it for a long time, you know? A lot of conservatives in America basically just want slavery back. After slavery was abolished, for decades in the Jim Crow South, a lot of white people who literally had been born during slave days and owned slaves before the abolition privately thought, and often very publicly thought, yeah, they should just go back to being slaves. That was a mistake. Fuck Lincoln. And then the Civil Rights Act gets passed, and we no longer have separate or equal. We no longer have the Jim Crow laws. And a lot of white people still kind of think slavery should be the law of the land, but also just fucking hate racial equality. And it's been like that for a while since. See, the conservatives have been forced to make concession after concession because the long arc of history has been a progressive one. You know? Same goes with feminism, right? Like nowadays, conservatives have to argue that, women should be at home raising children rather than working, when privately what they really want to be, arguing for is that women shouldn't be legally allowed to open bank accounts, or that birth control should be banned. Though, of course, they are openly pushing for that now. Now, things have changed in that regard lately. The conservatives have been a lot more upfront and direct about where they want things to, actually go. And that's the reason why I wanted to look at this right here. This is the reason why. Because what we're seeing right now is two developments on the relative side of the grifter dynamic. On one hand, Jeffree Star cynically trying to buy some conservative interest by being anti-non-binary. But it's not going to work. They're not going to accept Jeffree Star. You fucking kidding me? Have you seen what this guy looks like? Have you seen what this guy talks like? You seriously think that the modern conservative movement is going to look at this guy and go oh yeah, oh okay, anti-non-binary? Oh, for sure, based, woke, right-wing. There was a big viral, yeah, he's offensively gay. There was a big viral Twitter post from that N-Wokeness account where this, Jeffree Star was being celebrated, but only in the left is eating itself kind of thing. They would call him a groomer. First of all, they would consider this gender deviance for reasons that are probably intuitively understandable to you. And for two, they would call him a groomer. And he probably is much closer to that definition in a real sense than almost any other person they've called a groomer. So you just called him a groomer, though? Yes, I did. As satire. Minecraft. I really hate Jeffree Star. I think he's very annoying. So this is yet another oh, well, how do we do the conservative buy-in thing? But it's not going to work anymore. Do you think Blair White will get booted out soon or no? See, Jeffree Star is claiming to be pro-trans but anti-non-binary. This is incoherent to begin with, but it is further along than Blair White. Blair White is anti-trans. Blair White's own definition of what a woman is does not include herself. Blair White hasn't had bottom surgery, at least not since the last time I remember her talking about it publicly. But Blair White will say that other trans women are not women because they haven't had bottom surgery. So Blair White might be a little bit farther along on the uselessness scale, how long they have till they get kicked out. But we've talked about this before with Ben Shapiro, haven't we? Recently, there was a spat between the Daily Wire and Steven Crowder. And a large part of that spat was characterized as Ben Shapiro, being one of Daily Wire's founders, being a kind of like, well, there was a lot of anti-Semitism thrown his way. The Nazis, like the openly far-right people, sided with Steven Crowder, who's very openly bigoted. And there's always been an attitude from the ultra-far-right that the Daily Wire is kind of, like a institutionalist, neoconservative hegemon representing Zionism, which Ben Shapiro defends, and conservative big money, which ultra-far-right people will, of course, do the whole, like, oh, it's Jews, so on and so forth thing. And then, when Steven Crowder went on Tim Pool to defend his behavior, he made a joke about how Steven Crowder's business, unlike the Daily Wire, isn't run by Jews. Do you remember that? He literally said that. You remember, don't you? That whole time, I was saying, I think there are anti-Semitic undertones to this. I feel like a lot of this is being used to, like, characterize a distinction between authentic conservatism and, like, institutional neoconservatism. And then he just said, did he say Jews? Yes, he said Jews. He didn't say Zionist or big money or anything. He just said Jews, literally out of nowhere. He was talking to Tim, and just randomly, Steven Crowder was like, haha, and at least this won't be run by Jews, or something like that, or haha, this one isn't even run by Jews. That's it. That was literally what was said. Even Tim Pool didn't have anything to say to that. He was like, and then Crowder was like, oh, well, I'm just saying. Like, it was so overt. Or yeah, it was like, you're not even Jewish or something like that. Yeah. It was so overt, and I feel like I was vindicated there. My analysis was kind of affirmed with that behavior. And what I'm getting from all of this is that the right is advancing to a point where they no longer need to do outreach. They no longer feel a need to lie about how far right they are as a way of co-opting and bringing in new advocates for their positions. Clip? Oh, yeah, sure. Please, give me the clip.
Investors in Timcast. There's only me as the principal of the entire company, sole owner, sole board member, president, CEO, treasurer, chairman.
Okay, so Tim was talking about how his thing works, how the Timcast thing works.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Their staff, I have a COO, we've got people who work here, but I own literally all of it, control all of it with no outside investment. It's literally just, I started making.
And you're not even Jewish.
Because they're contrasting this to how the Daily Wire functions.
Yeah,
I'm just saying as a joke to the anti-Semites in there. By the way, we're not talking about. No one we're talking about is even Jewish. Just to be clear.
That's a
Nobody had mentioned anything about Jewish people up until this point. Nothing. Nowhere. Completely out of nowhere. Yeah. So the point that I'm making here is just that, much in the same way that back in 2016, Donald Trump held up a pride flag, and was like, yeah, LGBT people for Trump. That's not going to happen anymore. The right is fully committed to being anti-LGBT. There's not going to be an LGBTs for Trump anymore. That's not happening. They can drop the pretense. And likewise, I feel like they've advanced far enough on the dynamic that people like Matt Walsh now feel a need to indicate, like, yeah, we don't need to pretend to support Jeffree Star as a way of getting back at the non-binary people. You understand what I'm talking about? It's about consolidation. There are times when extremist movements will consolidate and times when they'll do outreach. During outreach, they'll play down how extreme they are. They will minimize it. They will agree with others based on shared biases, even if they don't agree on a lot of other stuff. They're willing to compromise. They're willing to make amends, to make new friendships. And when they consolidate, they drop all of that bullshit. They are more open about their biases, and they reify that in-group, out-group distinction. And I think that's what we're seeing here. I mean, what did he think was funny about the joke? Was it just prejudiced, or was there an actual joke in there? So the Daily Wire is owned and backed by a lot of very powerful, very wealthy conservative corporate interests. And it's basically run by Ben Shapiro, who is, you may have heard this, Jewish. The whole Steven Crowder Daily Wire fiasco was characterized as Steven Crowder being this like independent, you know, like voice of conservatism, which he's not. He's been on the payroll of billionaires for years. And the Daily Wire is institutional. It's cucked. It's neocon. It's not authentic. And the reason Steven Crowder said that is because he internally knows that, frankly, a lot of the far-right people just view the Daily Wire as what they think of it as Jewish. In every sense of the term for like a far-right person, like what a Nazi would think. Like, oh yeah, fuck the Daily Wire. No wonder they're denying Steven Crowder his money, because they're Jewish, you know? But Steven Crowder, being kind of an idiot, or drug-addled, I don't know, just says that, just indicates that's on the mind. It's like you said, Shapiro's really the canary in the coal mine for this. It's Shapiro. To an extent, it's also Blair White. Blair White is not as good of an indication because Blair White isn't an institutionally backed conservative. She's just a YouTuber. If Blair White was on Daily Wire, then she would be way more of an effective canary in the coal mine. But obviously, they will inevitably just turn over and say the same stuff about her. I mean, remember that argument I had with the Jordan Peterson fan where he was defending JP, saying that it was socially wrong for Elliot Page to publicly like be happy because that's like an implicit endorsement of being trans? What do you think Blair White does? Obviously, the exact same arguments would be turned against Blair White. Isn't Candace Owens a canary? No. The modern conservative movement is absolutely a racist one, but racism is not the generative force for the modern movement. Conservatism in America will always involve the voices of black and brown tokens. Always, always, always. They'll turn on other groups, but not black and brown people. They might in the distant future, but right now that is not happening. Conservatives love their black and brown tokens. So does the right consolidating right now mean they feel like they're losing, or do they think it means like they're winning? No, this is a winning move for them. It means they think they're powerful enough that they don't have to pretend.
What was a fringe left-wing view yesterday suddenly becomes mainstream today, and the fringe today will be mainstream tomorrow. Meanwhile, the oblivious faction of conservatives, a rather large group, unfortunately, continue to embrace any position that is not at this moment on the extreme left-wing fringe. As long as it's not the most extreme version of leftism, they embrace it.
But are they actually that powerful? Kind of. Their views don't represent the majority of Americans' views, but you don't need to have a majority in order to gain power. Also, keep in mind, even if only a third of voting Republicans are as far right as Matt Walsh, in reality it's probably far less than a third, you don't need all of them to be as far right as Matt Walsh. You just need all of them to vote in the candidate that Matt Walsh wants them to vote in. It is worth noting, though, that back in the 2022 midterms, trans fear-mongering was like the lowest reported motivator of right-wing voters. And considering the fact that they're like tripling down on anti-trans bills right now, which we're about to see, there is some indication that this is a failing political strategy. But, I mean, we'll see how it goes.
Which means that tomorrow they will embrace whatever is on the extreme left-wing fringe today. Jeffree Star's conservative defenders have told me that, well, we should accept him into the fold because he is, they say, mostly right about the gender issue. But he's not mostly right. He's not even in the neighborhood of right.
That is true.
In the I don't know what planet he's even on, let alone the neighborhood. He believes that a person can identify as and actually be a member of the opposite sex. He affirms transgenderism. It's just that he prefers to stick with the term transgender to describe those people and believes that non-binary is extra and redundant. And he's right that it is redundant. You know, as non-binary versus transgenderism, that is a distinction without a difference. That doesn't make him more right or closer to the truth. He's not suddenly a defender of truth and tradition because he prefers to stick with the craziest left-wing ideas from yesterday rather than adopting the craziest ideas from today. In fact, non-binary isn't even really crazier than transgenderism. These terms are, again...
That is completely true. Actually, I would go so far as to say that what he's referring to here is transgenderism. It means binary trans people. Binary trans people are probably a newer concept than non-binary people, because you could argue in a kind of primitive communist sense that before the full dissolution of gender roles, non-binary people would have been considered a kind of social norm, whereas the full adoption of another set of gender roles, contrary to that of your birth sex, that's more of a committed behavior. I think that would involve a bit more like determined agency to do that. But this is more of an anthropological thing than anything else. It's not really a modern phenomena in either case.
And redundant. They are versions of the same nonsense. Starr prefers using one term for the nonsense rather than two. This apparently is enough to make him our generation's William F. Buckley. The left here is using a classic manipulation technique. You make an outrageous demand so that a slightly less outrageous demand seems reasonable by comparison. We should all be familiar with this strategy. It's the oldest one in the book, right? Kids use it all the time. Just a few nights ago, my son came up to me after dinner and said, "Daddy, can we all go get ice cream?" Now, asking me to load all 6 kids in the car after dinner when I already have my sweatpants and slippers on definitely qualifies as an outrageous demand. That's one thing they know. Once the slippers come out, I'm not going anywhere. We are here for the...
This is a fake story. We all know that Matt Walsh's kids don't ask him for anything because they know that asking him questions after dinner is a good way to get beaten. So this is completely made up. He thought of this in his head.
Night. So I said no, and then he immediately followed it up with, "Okay, well then can we just watch a movie?" Now, in that case, I knowingly allowed myself to be suckered by the strategy, and I let them watch a movie. But on a cultural level, in the battle with the left, we cannot be so easily duped by these kinds of tricks. Just because non-binary is arguably a little weirder than trans, that doesn't make trans legitimate or any closer to legitimate than it was before.
It is actually kind of interesting that things have moved over to this point, in large part because I feel like it's kind of an embracing of the abandonment of moderation, even as like an optical value. You know what I mean? Like, how do I put this? If you have conservatives who are willing to, okay, do you guys remember, again, when I was talking to the Jordan Peterson fan, and in the discussion with some of the super chatters afterwards, there were some Nazis who didn't like Jordan Peterson because they thought he was like cucked? And I was trying to explain to them, you guys are idiots. Obviously, everyone's going to publicly denounce you. You walk out onto the soapbox and you scream, like, Sieg Heil, I love Hitler. And, like, obviously you're going to get denounced like that. Jordan Peterson is a more effective version of you because he legitimizes a lot of the same norms without being stupid enough to openly defend, like, your worst positions. But they're moving more and more towards openly defending the worst positions, aren't they? It's not just with this trans stuff either. It's more, I don't know. Matt Walsh's wife randomly dropping a thread? What? Did this get deleted? Sorry, guys. Apparently, Matt Walsh's wife said something, but it got deleted. Not only is my husband incompetent and lazy, but all animals despise him. What? In summary, Matt should not be a fish keeper. His 2 beehives deserted him. His dog does not like him. The cat gave birth on him, and we have children everywhere in this house that are the priority. God help the fish. I don't think this is like an actual denunciation. I think this is just like a series of jokes about how animals are repelled by him because they can sense his demon energy. It's probably not an actual, like, yeah, okay, nice meme.
Celebrating Jeffree Star at this point. It's like if somebody was beating you over the head with a baseball bat, and then Jeffree Star ran in and said, "No, don't beat him over the head with a baseball bat. Just stomp on his face with your boot instead. Here, I'll help." Now, it's true that getting stomped is probably a little better than being bludgeoned with a bat, but does that automatically make the person stomping on your face an ally? Would you applaud this person as they kick you in the skull and say, "Wow, this guy's great. We should invite him to CPAC"? No, he's still your enemy. He's still trying to kill you, just perhaps in a slightly less efficient manner. See, the curse of the big tent conservatism approach is that now our tent is filled with people who are directly trying to undermine our cause.
See? Now, this is kind of a self-destructive tendency as well. It's not always a good move to consolidate. The conservative movement is consolidating right now because they think they're strong, and whether or not they actually are remains to be seen, unfortunately. But it is also sometimes a bad move. In fact, oftentimes I would say that consolidating is the wrong move. And what we're looking at right here is him essentially saying, we have spent too long doing big tent conservatism. We need to reel it in because now our movement is full of tokens and half agreeing, semi-partisans. They're full of people who have strategic alliances with us. We need to scale it back until we're only allied with the most rigorously far-right people. And that is not like a politically effective strategy until it is. Do you guys know what I'm talking about here? To bring out a comparison that nobody has ever heard before, like a good one would be that Hindenburg and the conservatives back in Germany were unpopular back when they were in power and appointed Hitler as chancellor because they wanted to borrow some of his popularity and his populist fervor. And Hitler went along with this, even though he privately had great reservations against the conservatives because the conservatives were still, not Nazis. Eventually, when Hitler felt he had enough power, he consolidated power, took charge, and then, well, most of the conservatives ended up being dead or folded into the movement. And they did the same thing with the Night of Long Knives. They had the more like populist, more like left-leaning Strasserite wing of the Nazi Party, along with plenty others. And they needed them for as long as they needed them, but eventually they purged them because they didn't feel they needed them anymore. And they were right. They didn't need them anymore. That was true. From a political perspective, the Nazis and Hitler were, oh God, I just nearly set myself up for quite a bit of clipping. From a political perspective, the Nazis and Hitler were aware of the long-term threat the Strasserites posed in terms of fermenting internal disagreement, and their actions did not lead to an immediate crumbling of the party. There we go. We avoided saying right. That was whoa! I caught myself there. That wasn't a bit. I didn't plan that. I didn't stop there at a moment. I didn't say right. I stopped one word before. Okay.
A big tent doesn't do you a lot of good when you're inviting people under it who will just try to rip it down and leave all of us standing in the rain, which is what's happening. One last point on all this. Starr says that we need someone who looks like him to say the things that he says, because if we say it, that is, if normal people who aren't cross-dressing circus performers say it, then we will be called bigots and transphobes. Well, except this logic is refuted by his follow-up video in which he defends himself against accusations of bigotry and transphobia. So it turns out that...
Wow, that was a straightforward affirmation of my point right there. That's plain as day, isn't it? Oh my God. Just... we can't use Jeffree Star as a political ally because Jeffree Star, at least optically on some issues, is not as reactionary as we are. No hiding at all. Literally just, we can't use Jeffree Star. He's not enough of a bigot. Just right. Okay. Yeah, well, why do I even do analysis anymore? The conservatives will just say what I'm thinking anyway. I spend all this time talking about the anti-Semitic undertones of the Steven Crowder Daily Wire beef, and then Steven Crowder just starts talking about Jews during his talk with Tim Pool. I like, okay, fine, sure.
Tokenism is not actually an effective strategy here. We cannot insulate ourselves from criticism by putting our arguments into the mouths of people who fall into identity categories that the left usually celebrates.
Hey, what about Candace Owens, your coworker? Candace Owens, like 80% of her takes on race are followed up and clarified by her reminding everyone watching that she is in fact black, in case we've forgotten.
Okay, I don't know how conservatives keep thinking this strategy will work. It never has. It never will. Doesn't work. Like, can you give me an example of someone who's in one of these identity groups and they make a conservative, well, not even conservative, they make a slightly less left-wing argument, and the left goes, well, normally I disagree with that, but this person is an identity group that we support, so I think we'll take it into consideration. Has that ever happened? Is there one example of that working?
Yes. Ooh, he's actually demonstrating a pretty big lack of awareness right here. It might be because he can't openly say it. Like, he can't openly say, we'll use tokens when it's convenient to us, but abandon them when it's not convenient to us. But actually, the growth of the modern conservative movement has been built almost entirely on that kind of disingenuous outreach. Think of all of the Candace Owens, the black or the Democratic plantation, like black conservative outreach. Think of Ben Shapiro cynically posturing his Jewishness and his Zionist tendencies as a way of accusing Ilhan Omar and Democrats broadly of being anti-Jewish. Think of everything fucking Blair White. Dave Rubin as well with gay people. But now with Dave Rubin, they're not pretending anymore, huh? Dave Rubin has fallen out of favor for a long time now. The last time, you remember that thing where Ben Shapiro was there and Dave Rubin was like, yeah, me and my husband are going to get wedded soon, or me and my fiance. And Ben was like, okay, cool. Not showing up. Don't care. Sodomy is immoral, disgusting. You'll burn in hell. Plus L. And then he left. That was great.
No, it doesn't, because the left values ideological conformity over all else. Their vision of diversity is one in which people of all races, ethnicities, sexual orientations, except white males, and made-up genders come together to march in lockstep and speak in unison. Anybody who misses a beat or forgets a line or tries to improvise will be cast out as not only a bigot, but a traitor as well. See, as it turns out, the people from protected classes who disagree with the left are not given softer treatment or a better chance at a fair hearing. If anything, they're shouted down all the louder and hated all the more, because on top of saying the things that the left hates, there's also the element of betrayal, because the left says, well, you're supposed to belong to us because of your identity. That doesn't make the heretic more credible in the eyes of the left. It just makes them a heretic. Just look at Jeffree Star. He agrees with the left on nearly everything, and he's living exactly the kind of lifestyle they promote, but they still exile him for mildly criticizing.
Gay. What he's saying here is gay. That's the lifestyle they're referring to. Sorry, I'm a thirsty boy, especially when Matt's on screen.
One small facet of gender ideology. Well, that doesn't make him our ally or our friend, but it does prove that this whole, you need people like me to make this argument claim is moot. No, we don't need people like him to make the argument. We don't need a cross-dressing trans activist with neck tattoos and copious amounts of makeup to make the argument. You know who we need?
See? Oh, man. He's even going after guys wearing makeup or having tattoos. Like, this is a full attack on any kind of, like, any perceived degeneracy. There's not even, like, the slightest bit. Ah, man. Okay. Obviously, Matt Walsh is not like the single guy doing all conservative strategy. He's not like the main guy. I hope this represents a broader tendency, though. Because, okay, you know how the left constantly overestimates its power, and as a consequence of that, it ends up consolidating when it shouldn't, and then we get embarrassed and we withdraw, and this has happened over and over and over again throughout history? Unfortunately, fascists tend to be a lot better at knowing when to consolidate, but not always. Remember, it wasn't that long ago. Like, literally, this happened like a month ago with Lula da Silva's inauguration, and then they had the Brazilian Jan 6 on January 8th. More than a month ago, I guess. They had it on January 8th with all of Bolsonaro's supporters attacking the three main halls of power in Brasilia. And what Lula did then is immediately tripled down, said, yeah, you're all getting arrested. Also, I'm going after the police. Also, L plus ratio. Bolsonaro looked like a fucking wimp. It ended up not working out for them because they consolidated at the wrong time. Maybe at a different time, under different circumstances, with more military support, it would have been possible, but that's not what happened. Fake or unsubstantial consolidation can be bad for the right. That's what happened in our January 6th. Jan 6 was not good for the right. It is lucky, the right is lucky that Democrats, that liberals in this country are so weak and so inept that they did not fully capitalize on the opportunity that was January 6th, an opportunity for a real political crackdown against insurrectionists. Instead, they banter and bicker for years, and we have a Jan 6 committee do nothing. Great, great. But if Matt Walsh is to be representative of the conservative attitude on this, I desperately hope they consolidate and end up being wrong. I hope they consolidate on issues that don't unite Americans sufficiently. I hope that all of the, I hope that Matt Walsh and all of the conservatives who are disgusted by men wearing makeup, I hope that alienates the small group of more homosexual or metrosexual, conservative urbanites. I hope that him being anti-tattoo alienates bikers. I hope it alienates rural people who got a tattoo to celebrate their marriage or to celebrate, reuniting with their brother who got out of the state penitentiary after being locked up for 8 years, and they had a nice night together and got a tattoo together. I hope they consolidate on the wrong issues and it hurts them badly. That's what I want. I want them to consolidate and be wrong. I want every person who was not a cis, straight, tattooless, completely orthodox guy to be alienated from the conservative movement because they consolidate too hard and in the wrong direction.
This goes back to the beginning of the show. We need normal people.
That right there is the attitude that I want conservatives to run on and lose on. Because there's no such thing as a normal person. Everyone is a freak.
Normal people like you. Normal, common sense people who live normal lives and dress and act like normal people.
Literally, like, look at this. Dripping with contempt for people who are not like him. For people who haven't had old logs of him ranting about the fertility of 16-year-old girls from a car with like a webcam. You know, normal people like that.
We need them to speak up and be advocates. Because after all, normalcy is what we're trying to defend, isn't it? The best defender of normalcy is a normal person. And not just one normal person, but legions of them. An army of normal people.
I mean, obviously you already know this, but this is as overt of fascist rhetoric as it's possible to get to. It like literally, because in this case, normal is being juxtaposed against degenerate. It's literally like we need a resurgence of traditionalism to rise up against it. Like it's the narrative, like capital T, the capital N narrative. It's yeah, okay.
Demanding a return to sanity and common sense and basic moral decency. Jeffree Star is not ever going to be an effective champion for that cause. But you can.
Nor will anyone else.
Can be. And that is why Jeffree Star and his conservative defenders are today canceled. That'll do it for.
Nice. Yeah, we'll see how effective this rhetoric ends up being. Who donates on a video? What is 100,000 IDR? Give me that money. Okay. Look at this. Anyone on our side who would trust somebody like Jeffree Star was probably not on our side to begin with. I love this narrative. I really hope they commit to it. Because this right here, this is how you lose a political battle. We need more of this. The right has built itself off of a disingenuous outreach for a long time, and if we're finally done with it, yes, conservatives conserving degeneracy is all the rage these days. Yep. This is Nazi rhetoric. Come on, Matt, look at the guy. You think I'm putting my trust in that? Yes. Alienate. No more of the unifying rhetoric. No more of this, well, I think we're all together in this as long as we disagree with this crazy transgenderism stuff. No. Double down, triple down on this. Actually, you're only an effective advocate for bigotry if you look like me. That's what yes, do it. A lot of conservatives embrace Bruce Jenner, too. He's not mostly right either. Yes! One of the most famous trans people in America. Yes, absolutely. You should denounce them. Cut them off. The movement doesn't need them. And you know what? Matt Walsh isn't even blonde. And are those eyes brown? Ugh, not even blue-eyed. Frankly, I think we need normal people running this channel. When a demon is calling out his own, he is still a demon. Just worth thinking about. They sound so similar to the gatekeeping purity testing Twitter lefties. They do, don't they? And you know, I hate it when Twitter lefties act that way because it's so disruptive to our movement. But I gotta say, I love it when people who disagree with me act that way. Oh, I love it. I love it so goddamn much. Oh, man. Political ineffectiveness on my side? Oh, no, that's bad. I don't like that. Political ineffectiveness on their side? 100%. Yes, Unquestionably. For sure. Yes, correct. Okay, well, we're nowhere near running out of stuff to not talk. We're nowhere near running out of stuff to talk about. However, do you guys want to see some cute gifts that I got for my birthday from visiting my parents? Excuse me. Here, really quick. I don't get many gifts because I can usually afford my own stuff. Thanks, Nunya. But here, look. I got my brother got this. Oh, also my shorts are in the wash, so we're wearing gay little pink cotton shorts. See? This is what you get for flexing your glutes when you walk up the stairs, guys. Stop promoting degeneracy? No. Look. My brother got me a goddamn limited edition Game Boy Advance SP. How cute is that? I had this back when I was a kid. I mean, I had a Game Boy Color, and then a Game Boy Advance, and then an SP, then a DS, you know. I mean, I've had the whole run through. But these, I've always loved these because they're like clamshell phones. It's completely, it's in perfect shape. It still has the click when you fully open it and fully close it, you know? And look, some games that I had back when I was a kid that we played together. Mega Man 03, Dexter's Laboratory Disaster Strikes. I had that. I remember that. And the original Link's Awakening. Look at that. Ain't that super cute? It all works. My brother tested everything. Okay. Mike? Where's the... Can you hear that? Silence? Uh-oh. Sorry, the mic gate. Look! Goddamn Link's Awakening. Only when you talk. Look, I'm talking, but can you hear it now? There we go. Perfect. Just have to clear the mic gate. How cute is that? All right. This out. Second. Yeah, sorry, it's the noise suppression. I tried to lower the noise suppression, but also, this is going to surprise you. The microphone on a Game Boy SP, not that powerful. Or speaker, not microphone. And my dad got me, this is the dorkiest shit in the world, I swear to God, but I love it so much because it reminds me so much of him. My dad got me a goddamn, it's like a photo painting, like MASH thing, see? And I'm a Viking or something. I don't think Viking warriors necessarily dressed like this. This guy would have had to have been pretty rich. But how cute is that? That's fucking great. My dad, all of my nerdy tendencies come from my dad, you know, because I grew up like tech household, all that shit, building computers, video games, and ooh, gotta protect this from the cats. You're a Night's Watch from Game of Thrones. Is that it? I don't think my dad even mentioned Game of Thrones. Did he? When he gave that to me? I don't remember him doing that. I wonder if he was testing me to see if I knew who that was. Okay, now I'll call him and I'll be like, yeah, by the way, I knew that, and then hang up. To really own it. Yeah, does he know? Not a real nerd. It's true. I'm not a huge Game of Thrones fan. Not that it matters. The painting reminds me enormously of my dad. I gotta hang that up somewhere here, somewhere where you guys can't see it with the camera behind me, because people will accuse me of being conceited. Looks like Night's Watch. It does look like Night's Watch. Yeah, now that you've said that, it looks right. Have you used the towels? I used the towels just earlier, Tempest, this morning. Did you see that Marianne Williamson officially is running for president? Yes, I did see that. Put the big ass portrait up again. Yeah, I have two portraits of my face painted. One's right there, and then one of them is right there. But I don't have them up because, again, people will in fact call me conceited. Okay, what if we talked politics? Does that sound good? Huh? A little bit of politics? A little smidge? Little bit? Little smudging? Huh? Just a little bit? Just a moment. One moment. Got to finish getting this last link. Hope everyone's doing well. Just a second. There we go. Perfect. All right. So I have very loudly criticized people on the left for their attitude regarding the Hogwarts Legacy game coming out. And I want to reiterate those criticisms, if I may, really quickly, just so we can know where I'm coming from before I go against somebody else, okay? Super quick. Okay. The basic gist of it, it's a very fundamental critique of in-group politics, coalition building, and the nature of boycotts. Boycotts are just not effective when we're talking about a massive, like, global release of a digital product that can be consumed effortlessly by clicking a few buttons at your computer. Boycotts just will not work much under those circumstances. They never have. That's just not a thing they can do. So I don't like the idea of publicly attaching perceived support for trans people to the success of a game that was always going to do really well because of its massive hype train running up to its release, and also because it's like this giant, like, global property. You know, like, you don't want people thinking, oh wow, Hogwarts Legacy, that game that was always going to do really well, must be doing well because people are rejecting the trans narrative. I don't like that. That's not a narrative that I like. You know, I don't want to attach the perceived support of trans rights issues to an issue that boycotts can't affect anyway. And then you get all this meaningless discourse about whether or not boycotting it is good or bad, which the answer is it's neither. It's ineffective. It does nothing. But when you go after people who want to play it on their own, oftentimes this can lead to really bad, like, optics. It can lead to a lot of people perceiving the trans community as, like, bullies, or like they're engaging in bad behavior. And maybe the most prominent example of this perceived bad behavior was evident in the VTuber streamer Silvervale. Let's listen. Been sitting on this one for a while.
And harassment and doxing and people doxing my friends and, like, so much horrible, vile things, all from streaming a fucking video game.
Pay attention, okay? Because she's going to bring up two gigantic, heaving, heavy, rotund points in this video.
It's just insane. Like, hate breeds hate, and it doesn't help anyone. And I don't know, I got to the point where I was sick of seeing hatred all over and guilt tripping on random art tweets. It's literally like they gang up on so many random tweets about Valentine's Day or art or automated posts. Like they wanna post so much.
That anime stuff is making it hard to take her seriously. Oh, you don't have to take her seriously. We're getting to this.
Much negativity everywhere, and I just got sick of it.
Gotcha,
so I
16
blocked
volts.
people because I just wanted breathing room.
Nice. So basically, this person right here, this virile large-breasted person was very publicly upset because she got bullied a bunch. She actually has trans flag colors for her model. That's kind of interesting. Just say she has beautiful eyes. I can't. They're anime eyes. I hate looking at anime eyes. They over-design them so much. Look at these. There's like the hyper-rendered stars. The nose is a dot. Okay. Look, leaving all that aside, that's seriously not the point here. Look at this tweet. 12.6 million views. I saw a ton of discourse about this, okay? So this VTuber, Silvervale, talks about how she's getting doxxed and harassed and attacked over playing Hogwarts Legacy. And oh my god, I can't believe the trans community would do this. And I want to talk a little bit about the Hogwarts Legacy grift, okay? So we already know that Hogwarts Legacy became a popular game, and we already know that due to the behavior of a lot of people on the left, the popularity of the game is attached to the perceived lack of public support for trans people, meaning that it's a hot button culture war talking point. Now, what better way to get attention than to make a big show of how much you're being victimized by the mean trans mob, you know, the big trans bullies who are bullying you? Well, we have a little video here. Let's watch one more really quick, okay? Just a little one. Don't worry, this one's a bit better. She's wearing glasses, which, as we all know, wearing glasses ups your waifu viability score by a significant amount. We all know this. It's well known. Give it a go.
We are going to play a game, and I will preface this that I do not condone the ideals of this author. I just want to be a fucking wizard. And I want to play my wizard game that made my childhood worth living and the adventures that I went on with my friends. And I'm gonna be a fucking wizard.
I just want to say really quickly that I don't have anything necessarily against VTubers. I have murderously negative thoughts towards the voice VTubers put on. Please stop. It's all anime nya voice stuff. I know that it's an anime girl, but you know, you can be a VTube model that isn't anime. You can do a non-anime VTube model. There's actually other ways of rendering human bodies in 2 and 3 dimensions. It's possible to do this. You could go for, let's say, an Ed and Eddie styling. You could be like Rolf. Life has many doors, Ed boy. You could be like this. And then you'd play Hogwarts Legacy and you'd go like, Advara Kedavra! Or something like that, you know? Like, there are a lot of directions that you can go. Sorry, this is really tangential. There's not even a lead in through this. I'm just cutting this segment. Okay, so anyway, let's finish the, yeah, okay, all right.
And we're gonna enjoy this fucking game. And I will not be bullied by a bunch of Twitter freaks with nothing better to do with their goddamn lives. Be nice to people. If you want to make changes, go make actual changes instead of harassing streamers on the internet. LGBT people are awesome. Twitter people are not awesome. Fuck you.
The subs are rolling in. It's true. So here's the issue with this. Okay, now let it be known. I have publicly attacked crazy, you know, Twitter woke scolds, trans or not trans, before. Who am I to complain about this behavior? Well, I do have a bit of an issue, maybe not necessarily with the explicit behavior of this person, but about the narrative surrounding their behavior. So this is a win.gg article for all your gaming news. VTuber Silvervale cried on stream while recounting all the harassment she's allegedly received for playing Hogwarts Legacy. Silvervale claims to be the most recent victim of extreme harassment on Twitch. According to the VTuber, she has allegedly received death threats, and not only she but her friends have been doxxed. Silvervale Hogwarts Legacy streams have been going on for days now. Silvervale's Twitch chat has remained a supportive place. The viewers that disagreed with her choice of the game did it in harmless ways. The situation turned problematic when Silvervale seemingly banned the word trans from the chat. The VTuber defended herself, alleging there is a Twitch auto mod who bans the word. However, Twitch viewers have debunked this claim. When Twitch Automod detects a banned word, the message is flagged and put up for review. Then a human mod must decide what action to take. Seems like all of Silverveil's mods have decided to delete any message containing the word trans and put the people sending those messages into timeout. While it is reasonable to not let hateful messages go through, the mods are allegedly punishing people with valid criticism. On another concerning development, the doxing apparently never took place. Right. Does anyone remember how immediately after Hogarts Legacy came out, there was like a pair of extremely supportive, very wholesome streamers who were broken down into tears over the behavior of their chat, and then people looked into their chat and people were like maybe mildly miffed about Hogwarts Legacy being played? Does anyone recall who I'm talking about? I don't have their link pulled up. I just... Was it Girlfriend Reviews? Was that it? Let me see if I can find that clip. Azan? No, not Azan. I said wholesome streamer. A ton of it was fake, like they would take random clips and claim it was them being upset. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. This was being reported on by the exact same outlet that had the original viral tweet about Silverveil. That's curious. Hogwarts Legacy streamer brought to tears by chat harassment over playing the game. Can you believe these trans people? Can you believe that? As reported by Dixerto, many users flooded the Twitch chat of Girlfriend Review's stream of the Harry Potter game by calling the streamers bigots and arguing with it over viewers. In response, the streaming couple team of Matt and Shelby changed the chat to sub-only, but hateful remarks continued after people subscribed to continue berating them. The cruelty caused Shelby to tearfully step away from the stream before match reached the second combat. Okay. Well, do we have the clip here? Where's the clip of the harassment? During the stream, Matt and Shelby were being verbally attacked in the chat to the point where Shelby had to step away from the stream, clearly upset and sounding as though she was on the verge of tears. I'm almost thinking of just going offline. I'm barely into the second combat here, and every time I look at chat, the conversation is just bothering me, began Matt. Shelby then added that maybe we can do a quick be right back or a little break or something. Matt then went on to say that Shelby can take a break if you want. I'll just stop talking and go fight and do the combat. This is, by the way, just a crushingly negative stream experience right here. Can you imagine Twitch streamers being upset by chat or wanting to take a break? Clearly, this is worth reporting to millions of viewers in the context of a broader left versus right culture war talking point. You know, Personally, I had never seen live streamers get upset before. But weirdly, it seems like the upsettedness of live streamers with regards to J.K. Rowling, Hogwarts Legacy, and the behavior of progressive critics in their chat, it's so important that we need to signal boost it as loudly as possible. This is a video, apparently, I haven't watched it before. This could support or contradict my argument from the Girlfriend Reviews channel, which apparently has way more subs than me. Cool.
This is Girlfriend Reviews. It's a comedy show about video games. But the biggest joke is the one about how...
Oh, it's magical.
It's magic. Oh,
I
yeah,
forget.
it's a magic game.
It's
Sorry.
fine, it's fine, it's fine.
The punchlines practically write themselves.
What is that? Oh, it's part of it.
Magic.
It's
Every time we
magic.
think there's a bug, it's
How our decision to review the new Harry Potter made headlines after a clip of me getting quote-unquote bullied off stream went viral. So I need to set the record straight about a few things. First, I didn't cry, I just got a little verklempt. And even if I was brought to tears, how is that news? I cry every day. Second, not all of what happened that morning on Twitch was bullying. There were a lot of hateful messages deleted by our mod team, but it's Twitch chat, so we're kind of used to that. Many viewers were simply voicing their disappointment. Disappointment based on the fact that buying Hogwarts Legacy puts money in the pocket of J.K. Rowling.
Interesting. Well, that's crazy. Because I saw Girlfriend Reviews discourse with tweets that were circulating with over 1 million views on it. Isn't it interesting how the very selective signal boosting of issues so minor that the coverage around them gets denounced by the people involved in those issues, this keeps cropping up? It's almost like there's a broader narrative that's being constructed where any kind of pushback from trans activists or anyone who's critical of people playing Hogwarts Legacy is being massively overstated by a gigantic media infrastructure, which is at the very least sympathetic to conservatives, probably more likely just knows they can make a lot of money off of stirring up drama, and that the actual perceived severity of this behavior has nothing to do with whether or not it gets reported on. You understand? This is what I'm trying to talk about here. I'm so lost. What are you going for here? That they weren't actually bullied? What I'm going for is that Twitch sucks. People are mean all the time in chat. They threaten, they harass, they dogpile, they insult, they slur, they threaten to dox, they do the death threats. I've been streaming for a while. This is ubiquitous. If they made news articles every time this happened, then you would see nothing but. But interestingly, there was a massive wave of over-promoted narratives of, oh, look how victimized this live streamer is because of these trans activists. Huge amounts of time and attention and discourse energy being dedicated towards something that happens every day. But here, it gets promoted. Now, I'm not accusing the girlfriend reviews people of being grifters. They're clearly not. Their video denounced the coverage. And I don't even know if this VTuber, I mean, I know they're a VTuber, and that, I mean, God will judge your sins in the day of coming, of course. That's more his decision to make than mine. But on the particular issue of this discourse, I don't know if they're a grifter or not. I think it's actually quite likely that they're not. But isn't it a little bit odd that we're getting, 8-digit tweet view counts on nothing issues? I mean, raise your hand if you have been on Twitter in the past couple of weeks and seen discourse on how mean people have been on Twitch to these poor, innocent Hogwarts Legacy streamers. I've seen it. It's been everywhere. It's a goddamn psyop is what it is. Absolutely. Is this a different outfit? Is this a Oh yeah, it's a different top. Okay. All right, just making sure.
I just want people to be kinder, to be nicer. It's not hard to be nice to people, and if you can't be nice, just don't say anything at all and go touch grass or jack off to anime chicks or take a nap or play a video game or something. Like, just turn off your computer and pet your dog. Like, just be nice to people. I will always try and make sure that this community is a community of kind people. We're all just degenerate gamers. We just want to vibe and hang out and play games and make friends and just chill. That's what I care about. That's what I want you guys. I want you guys to spread positivity and be nice to each other. It's not that hard. I just want people to
Yeah, the ban any % speed. What'd they say? They said trans rights are human rights. Sorry, people on their phones probably can't read that. Don't post a bucket of bummer, dude. Just a heavy-handed ban wordless. Silver is actually really nice. Whether or not she's nice here is irrelevant. The individual character of Silver Veil is not really what I'm here to talk about, even though, again, VTuber, I will never trust. What I actually care about is that, look, I have been vocally critical of the behavior of the online left in this, and I have been willing to acknowledge that they have engaged in, you know, harassment, that they have been, like, mean or critical and in ways that I think are unproductive. But what gets attention and what doesn't get attention is very much determined by where the discourse lies and how much money and how many clicks there are to be made in covering a specific issue. And regular harassment, regular negative behavior online is not monetarily viable to cover because it happens everywhere, all the time, to all people, everywhere, non-stop, constantly. Oftentimes, selective preference is used when it comes to signal boosting some kinds of harassment because, you know, we are preferential in what we care about. If it happens to somebody we like, if it happens to a person who's known for being especially nice, I understand this. But there was a lot of discourse on the meanie weenie bobini trans activists being hateful to innocent Hogwarts Legacy streamers. And the reason there was a lot of discourse on that was not because there was some exceptional amount of harassment. It was instead because there was an exceptional amount of attention being drawn towards that harassment. And the fact that this harassment was overstated, that no doxing apparently took place, that the article didn't mention trans being banned from the chat, that the girlfriend reviews people actually denounced the coverage of the issue. The fact that that was left out and just in a void presented to the audience of, you know, meanie bobini trans rights activists tearing things up in Twitch chat, it's an indication of, you know, incredibly preferential coverage that just to me reeks of it reeks of psyop. Keep your tinfoil hats on, lads. You understand? It's a component of manufactured consent, right? If people already have an idea in their mind of this hen-pecking Twitter woke-skulled activist who's ultra-toxic to people they disagree with, then they're more likely to contextualize coverage like that in a way that favors their pre-existing biases. And the people who construct those stories know this for a fact. I mean, here's an example. It doesn't happen so much in this chat because this is on my website. But in YouTube chat, conservatives drop by all the time to say horrible things to me. Anyone who spends time in YouTube chat would know that. Can you imagine if there was an entire news cycle on Twitter where people were getting 7, 8-digit view counts on discourse surrounding the mean words that I receive, the death threats that I receive, the threats of harassment, doxing, violence that I receive? You wouldn't see that, would you? But I bet you, if for some reason a bunch of, you know, online news articles and outlets decided that it was worthwhile to bring attention to that, I bet you could construct an extremely compelling narrative. You could even construct a narrative that massively misrepresents the kind of harassment that I get, right? The harassment that I get is more or less 50-50 from left-leaning people and right-leaning people. If you wanted to cover exclusively the left-leaning or right-leaning harassment, then you could, and you would get a wildly disproportionate angle on that. You could come about this in basically any way. A very small minority of the harassment that I get is from like black separatist types. But if you wanted to, you could make some articles on how new wave of harassment. Look at these tweets. What you could really do is, you know, you could do this. Now there's no accountability, and you could have a clip of me going, I just can't believe I just want to stream Genshin Impact. And people in my chat are being so mean. They're saying I'm a whitey boy, cracker, whitey boy, pasty beans, dropped your beans, white. That's just what I'm reading. Oh my God, they're doxing me. Clipped and shipped. Put it up there. Okay, well, you guys actually are saying it, though. The point was that you weren't. Okay. Just always keep in mind of how effectively narratives can be manufactured, okay? That's the only point that I'm trying to get at here. I'm just sick of that bullshit discourse, and I want to make it clear that even though I do think the left mishandled the situation, it does not mean that I'm going to, you know, play into this narrative of like Twitter woke skulls being some monolithic force of harassment. You understand? Okay. You all get me. This is like how the Depp versus Heard was getting boosted by right-wing ads/media to be anti-Heard. Yeah. Apparently the complexities of the Depp Heard stuff are like labyrinthine, and I don't know everything about it, but apparently Depp's a huge piece of shit. You know, I'm not big on the details here. Apparently he's a huge piece of shit. But if you exclusively followed like right-wing media or even like TikTok coverage, I feel like the overwhelming narrative there was one that came across like anti-Heard, to an insane extent. Like they would say anything about her, just any old shit. Very, very constructed. Close this, close that. Why are we wiggling? Dr. Strange, if you're annoying about it, not only will I not watch it, I'll blacklist you. I'll never have a guffaw at your memes again. Are you going to go over the cop footage? Probably not today. We still got a lot of stuff to talk about. Wiggling. Are you going to go over Keffels? There's not much to go over. Keffels got a bunch of harassment from people on the left. Keffels engaged in some behavior that I think is disagreeable, but in no way justifies the harassment. A wildly disproportionate response, obviously, as is always the case. And then Keffels came out with a post saying that she was addict or addict to something and is going into rehab. Pretty big addict, I guess, because apparently if she'd gone cold turkey, it would have killed her, according to a doctor. So not getting killed there is sort of the optimal outcome. So hopefully rehab goes well. Did you see FD Signifier say she was doing it for clout? Yes, I saw FD Signifier say that. I see everything. Thoughtslime being a Weasley little liar contributing to the Keffels pylon. That is not surprising either. Did you see the train that exploded in Ohio? A train exploded in Ohio. Do you mean another one? Did you reach out to Keffels? I have her number. That's a yes. Another exploding train has hit the Ohio. Is this comparable to Contra? Didn't Contra say something like Keffels is the best thing that ever happened to me? Now everyone's focused on her. I thought that was quite funny. I saw somebody screenshot that. That was before the rehab thing. That was like a while ago, I think. But that was quite funny. Will you be playing KSP2 at any point? It just came out today. Is it on early access? Early access. Hey, whoa! Why the fuck is the original Kerbal Space Program still $40 when KSP2 is $50 and KSP1 came out like a decade ago? Developed by Nintendo? Mixed reviews. Holy shit, that's not good. People are saying right now there's no content and it's not ready for early access. Wait, okay, really quick. What is Kerbal Space Program 2 supposed to bring that 1 couldn't? 1 was already really modular. People could already mod it to hell and back. What is Kerbal Space Program 2 supposed to do? What's the addition? Other galaxies and co-op? Other galaxies? Oh, not galaxies. You mean other star systems. You can't go to other galaxies. There's no way. Multiplayer colonies, other solar systems. Okay. You can properly explore planets. 20 FPS and a 4080. Okay, well, we'll wait. We'll wait. Chad, I'm begging you to stop buying early access games expecting the game to be good. Devs are crowdsourcing QA using the system and you're ruining the experience of the finished game. No. I think that's bullshit. Early access can either be an early way of shoring up sales as a kind of pre-order, or it can be like running the beta build for crowdsourcing Q&A. It can't be both. You can't do both. Most games that release to early access stay basically the same until they release. They release it in early access as like we need money to finish stuff up, but it'll release soon kind of thing, or it stays in early access forever. You can't say like, okay, it's in early access, it's an unplayable pile of shit, but it's like, oh, now you get to do Q&A. If they're just doing Q&A, then it shouldn't cost anything. That's what it should. Early access, it should be you should release a demo. Like early access demo, like here's the demo version. Here, now we're doing Q&A stuff for free. Or sorry, not Q&A, QA stuff. Not Q&A is question and answer. QA is quality assurance. Yeah, sorry, QA. Yes, QA stuff. You should be doing QA stuff for free. You shouldn't have to pay to do QA. QA is hard work? Yeah, it is! Remember when demos were a thing? Yeah. You gonna play the big titty commie sex bot game? Maybe. We'll see. The devs never answer my questions. Yeah. All right, hold it back. Hold on. Oh yeah, of course, a reminder that if you're watching right now and you're not subscribed, go to hell, you piece of shit. Screw you. Hold on, let me get this up. There's always something to talk about. I used to do QA for software. Trusting random people to do it is bad because they don't document anything. Yeah, the problem is like like turning your QA over to the masses doesn't mean anything when your game is so buggy that anyone could immediately find the bugs just by playing it. The point of turning stuff over to like a public test realm for like an MMORPG or any kind of beta testing is you have enough polish that bugs are relatively infrequent, and you want to get like player feedback on some stuff. But the problem is when there are so many bugs that everyone's experiencing them, you're not actually getting anything at all from a bunch of people playing, you know? Yeah. And reports are not going to work for stuff like that. What's your favorite dipping sauce for tendies? Probably something ranch based. Okay, hold on. You're not distracting me any longer. Okay, we have that up there. Insane authoritarian new bills. I love that shit. All right, and the Adin Ross bit. Ooh, we should do that one. That's a classic right there. Where the fuck is that clip, man? Wait, what clip is this?
The W, fuck Twitch, suck my dick, niggas is really out.
Maybe not. Perhaps not. Yeah, we'll just get into it. Okay, so there's this guy called Adin Ross, and you've probably heard of him because he's a very, very large streamer. He's been the main... You know how Andrew Tate's main way of popularizing himself hasn't been by running his own channels? It's just been him using like an affiliate network of pyramid scheme victims to promote his stuff as like a way of kind of like putting this through adjacency wise. Like, you know, you're in on the financial network now, so you benefit from Tate being popular, which means that you're more likely to promote him, which means that it's a decentralized network of a bunch of people promoting him, rather than having a Twitch account of his own. He just had Adin Ross have him on a bunch of times. So here's Adin Ross talking, unfortunately.
I'm going to tell you guys right now, Kai's going, your Rage is going, Bruce is going, Speed's going, everyone's going to kick. I'm just going to tell you guys now, I don't give a fuck. They're all going, bro. Think about it. The platform cannot fail if everyone goes. Even Citrus saying, yo, I'm not even joking. They're all going, bro. Why would they not go? They're going to give them equity and millions of dollars.
Nice. Oh, if anyone has Adin Ross talking about the definition of fascism, I would love to see that clip right now, just because I want to make fun of him for being stupid. So Kick is a live streaming platform that released recently. If you look at it right now, you might notice that it might remind you a little bit of the format of an existing site. If you're looking at this, maybe you can sort of see. I like the viewership. The only category that has any views right now is slots and casino, because obviously this would immediately descend into like just like a slots home right here. Rush time, yeah, it's all slots here. So, oh, right here we have the clip. I knew you guys would find it for me, and I appreciate that. I like that about you guys.
What does a fascist mean?
It means you are a far-right authorization on ultra-analyst, oh my God, ultra-analyst, political ideology movement characterized by dictator leadership, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition. So I don't know what that means, bro. I swear to God. I don't know what the fuck a fascism is. I don't know what the fuck that is. Benito Mazzulli and Giviante Gentile and Jason Stanley. Like, who the fuck are these people, bro? Never heard of my fucking life. What is an example of a fascist? Yo! All right, bro. See what I'm saying, chat? Like, this is why I don't fuck with y'all, bro. Like, dude, like, this is what the fuck I don't... Bro.
U.S. education. Didn't he, like, drop out of high school or something? I don't know. It's maybe U.S. education isn't even necessarily to blame here. I think I'm setting up, so you guys need to like wait a second for me to get to the pay dirt to all of this. But okay, we'll set Kick aside for a moment. The most recent like big funny thing that he did, I think, the wacky thing recently. This was from about a month ago. Right here.
I don't know how many people are gonna back me on this. Twitch, I believe heavily. You know, I saw one person that lost a lot of money to gambling. You guys banned gambling. You guys moved on it quick. I think we have a problem, Twitch. I think there's the hot tub streams, bro. I think it should be banned from Twitch. I think hot tub streaming should be banned from Twitch. It's soft porn. It's a portal to OnlyFans, and you know, it's in the same category as gambling, right? Because it's promoting poison, you know what I'm saying, in the brain, and it's making people addicted to it's feeding their addiction to jerking off, which is a serious problem we have. You know, I'm going to flat out say it. I don't care who agrees, who doesn't agree, but it's just a fact in my opinion. I'm going to flat out say it.
Right. And then just a little while ago, I think just a couple of days ago, on his new streamer platform, Kick, he streamed porn. He had as a Pornhub. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not up in my porn website logo thing. I found the video of it, but I think the video, even blurred, was like there's too much going on there. So I just here's a still. It was Pornhub. Okay, yeah. He brought that up on screen, and just I'm glad. Yes, I'm glad you can all immediately recognize Pornhub formatting. There's a reason I'm keeping that image small. And threw that up there. That's not on Twitch, it's on Kick. There's a point that I'm trying to get at here, and it's basically like, okay, let's narrativize for a moment. We'll take all of this and we'll construct a narrative, all right? Okay. He asked chat how old they were. Nice. Well, it's Adin Ross, so not old enough. Okay. Twitch is a website. We're on board together so far. It's a website where you can live stream things, okay? Now, this live streaming website to which I am referring, oh man, looks like they're kind of ripping off Kick, doesn't it? Weird. Wonder if they'll get sued for that. This wonderful website has a terms of service agreement you have to follow that moderates your behavior in a number of ways. A lot of people don't like this terms of service agreement. I don't like this terms of service agreement. I got permanently banned for saying cracker. So I'm not a huge fan of it personally, though we all have different grievances for different reasons. There is a sub-community of every social media platform that desperately wants to construct an alternative platform with no terms of service. You know, we've seen this. We saw this with Vote. We saw this with Gab. We're seeing this right now with Kick. Kick is selling itself basically as like an anything goes platform, which is exactly why when you look at it, you know, the only thing there of note is gambling and slots. And they've pushed to get a bunch of large streamers to move over to Kick with promises of lots of money and equity. Now, funnily enough, I know enough streamers that I'm aware of some of the discourse. They are trying to incentivize not just large streamers, but small streamers to jump on board with no incentives. I've actually heard there are some smaller streamers, people who get just in the hundreds of views, who are being encouraged by Kick representatives to move over to Kick with no incentive. See, what usually happens if you're trying to move a content creator from a very popular platform to a new one, you offer them a shit ton of money. They did this with Ninja. Where's Ninja currently playing? Oh, what was that? I even streamed there for a second. What was that one gaming streaming website? That was was it Mixer? Am I thinking of Mixer? Ludwig got a $1 million check to move to YouTube. God damn. Spotify bought out Joe Rogan. Not to say Spotify's small, but you need a big incentive to move people over. Yeah, I've streamed a couple of times on D Live. Yeah, Mixer is where Ninja went. Okay. Facebook gaming. Yeah. You normally offer a big incentive. In this case, as Adin Ross said, they're offering a lot of money and they're offering equity, which of course means that they, get shares in the company and they get, revenue based on the stock evaluation of the company's success. So we take a look here at Kick, which seems to be, fairly dead except for a couple of slot streams by anyone's reckoning. Who's in just chatting at the moment? Oh, all right. The Dan Dangler is looking at a lady with an ass. I often do that, so I can't blame him for that. Actually, a lot of half-naked ladies. That's good. That's great. Just like softcore porn viewership. 10 subs, ass clap. Exactly. Be careful, there will be straight up porn. Don't worry, I looked at it beforehand to see that there wouldn't be. Though I have to admit, some of these are getting kind of close. Omegle's #1 troll, subs enabled, and the thumbnail seems to be a shirtless 18-year-old on Omegle talking to what I'm guessing is a 12-year-old girl, but it's kind of hard to tell. Wishing him luck, Godspeed. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not showing Kick again. Who knows? If you go down far enough on the viewership rankings here, I feel like eventually I'm just going to find hardcore pornography. Maybe I am looking at it right now and I just can't tell because of the thumbnail. I mean, hey, sometimes sex is happening and you can't even see it, right? Twitch star Heel Mike banned on Kick after receiving oral sex on stream. Kai Sinat, we probably heard about him, receives what looks like a hand job live on stream. I think this was on Twitch though, not on Kick. He hasn't moved over, has he? Yeah, that was on Twitch. Excellent. That was on Twitch. Fantastic. Okay, so it's happening on both platforms. Oh man, where am I going with this? Adin Ross is a world-class dick rider. He was popularizing a ton of stuff regarding Andrew Tate. He's been a Tate defender. After he talked with Tate, he sniffed Tate's seat. Showed that one as well. Just a massive dick rider. Like, his only purpose and only value is riding whatever train happens to be moving towards the largest amount of money. He's not very smart. He's not very insightful. He doesn't offer much content on his own. It's usually just like people laugh at him, but in a kind of familial, like, oh, well, we're all a dumbass on the inside sort of way. Incidentally, showing porn on Kick actually is a violation of their TOS, but I don't think they banned Adin Ross, probably because he's by far the largest streamer they got with them. And this reminds me a lot of what happened with D Live, where D Live was promoted as a kind of TOS-free streaming alternative, where they immediately stopped following their own terms of service and just let neo-Nazis squat on the platform with no, like, moderation for anything that they did, because they knew, of course, that if it were not for the neo-Nazi attention they got, they would have absolutely nothing. And this is ultimately the end fate of all alternative media platforms that brand themselves on being free of censorship. The people who are looking most for a lack of censorship are the people who are censored the most, and that's usually people who violate TOS the most, and people who violate TOS the most are usually Nazis. So invariably, these platforms become havens for them, and the platform itself becomes dependent on their attention and on their presence. And it just becomes a Nazi platform. This has happened multiple times across multiple mediums. It's happened with live streaming. It's happened with Twitter style, quick, quippy social media. It's happened with, what was it, Vote? Vote was the Reddit one. And Kick itself, yeah, you say it's owned by gambling sites, which means it's, you know, it's not that surprising why Slots and Casino is their #1 platform by far. Kick streaming Wikipedia. Trainwrecks TV apparently joined as an advisor. This is the #1 gambling guy on Twitch. We will bring live streaming back. Trainwrecks TV joins streaming platform Kick as advisor. Claims Twitch has lost its way. Trainwrecks has been allowed to do basically whatever he wants with regards to live streaming. I have no idea what he's not being permitted to do. He funded it with the stake people? Yeah. Kick may refer to this, that, the other. Oh, it doesn't even have a Wikipedia page yet. It's that new. That's crazy. Twitch lost its way because it cracked down on gambling Lamau. There's a sleep category under IRL. What the fuck? What? A sleep category under IRL. I have no idea what you mean, but I don't disbelieve you. Who owns Kick Live? Oh, yeah. Trainwreck TV's new streaming platform, Kick, is allegedly owned by Stake.com, as per tweets from YouTube detective CoffeeZilla. Stake is the very crypto gambling website which had a lucrative deal with the popular streamer back when slots had not been banned by the purple platform. So, as is often the case, this is just another, this is just another, like, cynical attempt to wring as much money as possible out of a weirdly popular online subcategory of streaming, which is just like slots and watching slots. You know, you promote crypto in line with online gambling because crypto has way fewer tax and purchasing regulations. You do so using your own platform. This is what's called vertical integration, okay? Trainwrecks TV will own the crypto, own the gambling sites, own the streaming site that you watch the gambling sites from, and therefore you have an entire, like, vertical pathway to integration where the platform is entirely dependent on a system of production that it owns. It will pay streamers from Twitch to move over and incentivize their move over with massive contracts. Now, the fact that invariably the viewership of these streamers will tank after they move over to Kick because nobody's using Kick doesn't matter as much, because once you have an entirely insular network like that, the total share may be smaller, but the individual like percentage of wealth that you can get from every view you actually are getting increases massively. You guys understand, right? It's about consolidation. You are moving yourself out of the broader purview to make the most that you can out of the smaller purview. Alex Jones did this. Alex Jones got banned from YouTube, but isn't he still making an enormous amount of money off of InfoWars? Fewer people watch Alex Jones now than did before, but you know, the people who do go over to watch him are going to be the most dedicated lunatics who are willing to buy his brain force pill or whatever. We also see this. Yeah, we see this with Vosh.gg. You're completely correct. We also see this with Nigerian scams. The Nigerian prince, you know, you pay me 1,000 so I can afford to get my riches back and give you the money scam. Exactly. Okay. We talked about this. Do you know why all those Nigerian email scams are so deliberately poorly written? Why they're full of typos? Why they're incoherent? The reason is, if you're dumb enough to fall for an online scam, you then have to be cajoled out of your money by actual scammers who are spending their actual finite lifespans talking to you. If they made their scams a lot more credible to begin with, they would rope in the attention of people who are smart enough to not give over their credit card information. So they deliberately make them dumb, so only the dumbest people come over, and those dumbest people are the easiest marks, who they have to spend less time on per person to make their money. Kick. What I think is interesting about Adin Ross specifically is that he operates at a perfect intersection between the reactionary and the finance capital elements of this grift. Whereas on one side of things, Adin Ross, you know, the attention that he gets right now is primarily like Andrew Tate adjacent ultra misogyny, I'm a dumbass type bullshit, right? You understand what I'm talking about? Like, a ton of the social cred that he gets is by being a Twitch, or I guess now Kick, representative for that ideology. That's what he's there for. Likewise, he stands to benefit enormously from the promotion of any kind of crypto gambling bullshit. So for him, there's actually a perfect intersection between the financial and reactionary incentives to opening up a secondary streaming platform and operating on that platform as a way of maintaining attention. Everyone get where I'm coming from here? I understand this has been a little bit aimless, but I think it's interesting. It's like, you know, normally you have DLive, which is all about being a safe haven for Nazis. Or you have these like pyramid scheme crypto scams, which are almost entirely financial operations. But as is the case with, say, Alex Jones and his website and his merch store, there's actually an intersection, you know? It is financially beneficial to rope people in and make them easy marks for their overpriced brain pills. But it's also a component of the reactionary ideology, is it not? Like, having a website where you sell people male virility enhancers and like survival tools, that's not apolitical. You selling them that reinforces the reactionary, paranoid, conspiracy theorist, anti-globalist worldview that white men are under attack and you need to buy all these supplies in order to defend yourself against this, that, the other. The reactionary fear combines with the financial incentive to produce its own like operating model. This is very much historically and contemporarily a way in which fascists have taken advantage of. I haven't been paying attention. What's this guy talking about? I don't even know either. Let's move on. There actually is a sleep category? Really? Just sleeping. Wow. There actually is. There are 3 people in it, and one of them doesn't even appear to be sleeping. The Ultra Dwarf. What are you doing here? The Ultra Dwarf. What are you doing? Thanks, Austin Ox. Oh, do remember that Kick was promoting itself as an anti-TOS anything goes platform. So naturally, the live stream chats of any large channel on Kick are immediately going to turn into a fucking cesspool. You know, not being able to ban viewers is going well. Does Kick seriously advertise itself as not being able to ban viewers? Who would want that? What? Imagine what kind of clientele you're building if you're marketing a streaming platform with the tagline, hey, no matter what you do, they can't ban you from chat. Okay. The chat won't stop calling Adin's friends the N-word, so they had to start censoring. Ah, well, here's Adin Ross with 2 black people. So, I guess you can't ban people, but you can censor some words? Well, he managed to stream the entire Super Bowl free to around 60 to 114,000 viewers on Kick. They also figured out how to ban people in chat. Oh, I guess they developed the technology. That's good. Wasn't Kick an old chat room app? No, the Kick with a C. I agree, it's confusing as well. I support stealing the Super Bowl, of course, so that's a big W. Trainwreck acknowledges the issue Kick has with fake viewer counts to the number of 15 to 20K. Oh no, Train!
And then this view botting stuff, like, you know, I'm pressing for that as well, even though I get heat for even speaking about it, right? But that's like, that's what it is. Like, I'm going to speak about it because at the end of the day, when I attach my name to something, you know, I'm going to make sure that I'm transparent with you guys and I tell you guys what's good and what we're working on and what we're going to try and fix. So, I mean, it's like, bro, like realistically, I'm going to keep it a buck, but right? Like, if this dude view botted 2 to 3K viewers, I might just say, fuck it, I don't give a fuck. But when you're view botting 15 to 20 fucking thousand viewers a day to push predatory gambling styles to the top, I don't like that. So I'm...
What is a predatory gambling style to train wrecks? What is a predatory gambling style to him? What is that involve? Like physically kidnapping people and bringing them to the slot machine? What?
I'm going to actively push to, find a fix for that as soon as possible.
Yeah, whenever he's not in the cut. Highly unethical.
Especially since my name is attached to it and since I'm, you know, pretty much at this moment, the face of it. So it's like, you know, it's just tough because, you know, the owner's telling me the same thing. Oh, you got to find definitive proof.
It is so crazy to me that there was ongoing, like, enduring discourse about, and is still to this day, hot tub streamers and girls with their tits out, when meanwhile on Twitch, like for years and years and years and years and years, some of the loudest people who are anti booby streamers were not only promoting but directly engaged in these massive gambling scams. Like there was the CSGO loot box thing where streamers would do like their loot box gambling and then get like really good rolls, and it turns out that was because they were co-owners of the site they were doing the rolls on and they were given preferential bias, and then other people would get like 1/20th or 1/100th the luck, and it was literally just like undisclosed financial associate, and all those people, all the guys who were literally doing these multi-million-dollar crypto gambling scams were anti-booby streamer. Like, women barely crack the top 100 streamers on Twitch. Everyone talks about how easy it is to be a woman Twitch. No, it's not. All the top streamers are men. You might get like a lower floor of viewers who will follow you just because they think you're hot. And, you know, that's not exactly a good thing all the time, for one. But you will be like crabs in a bucket. You will be torn down before you're able to make the absolute like uber echelon of Twitch streamers. Because at the end of the day, like, some people may follow you because your tits are big or whatever, but most people who come in to comment on your tits will be doing so in a negative fashion. If you're a chick and you have big boobs and you have 1,000 viewers, some people in there will be simping for you. But if you get to 10K viewers, you'll start getting like harassment raids of people who are saying the only reason you have any viewers is because of your tits. The larger you get, the more of a disproportionate negative outcome there will be to you being overtly sexually attractive. Or not overtly, like notably or very visibly sexually attractive. Jake Lucky consults with attorney Tom on whether Kick is open to damages for streaming the entire Super Bowl for free to over 100K viewers. Unless they got permission to restream the game, that is likely copyright infringement with damages in the millions. Godspeed and good luck.
Attorney Tom here. So I saw last night a couple of big streamers rebroadcasting the Super Bowl in real time to hundreds of thousands of people. Their justification
Don't worry, a lot of those views were probably botted.
for these actions was that their new streaming website didn't have a term or condition that prohibited such actions. But there's a big problem with that. It is still copyright infringement. It doesn't matter what the terms or conditions were on that particular platform because the NFL is the one who owns the copyright. So unless they got permission from the
keep in mind, I really don't give a shit about the Super Bowl getting restreamed. I do, however, think it's funny how all of these like pop-up attempts to dethrone Twitch or YouTube for their respective video or stream hosting services are always managed by utter fucking buffoons who never consider for a moment why those terms of service guidelines are there. Oh, it turns out there are reasons why terms of service tends to prohibit certain types of behavior, actually, if you think about it. Oh, it turns out the multi-billion-dollar company that has a ton of lawyers, they were engaging in behavior to maximize their own interest and weren't just doing it randomly for fun, if you think about it. Like Musk and the N-word. Yeah, isn't it funny how Elon Musk claimed he was going to revolutionize Twitter as soon as he got on board, and then as soon as he got on board, nothing changed? There were unban waves that happened, but all of the previous, like, people getting banned, like same stuff when it comes to censorship, moderation, none of it has changed. The TOS is exactly the same as it was before, because it turns out that a lot of that TOS is just shaped by either common sense or business necessity, or legal necessity.
NFL to restream the game in real time, that is likely copyright infringement with damages in the millions and millions and millions of dollars. The only hope that these streamers have is that the NFL does not pursue legal action, because if they do, they could be in real.
That's a big meme. That's a big meme. Days ago, Adin Ross decided to blatantly stream porn to his viewers. Yeah. Oh, and I guess as a finale to all of this, if I recall correctly, Andrew Tate's detention in Romanian prison has been extended for a third time. Yep. So we're on a third time now on rape and human trafficking charges. They don't let him shave his head, and it's hilarious. Yeah, it is kind of funny. Literally malding. Well, the opposite of malding, right? Because his hair is growing back. But yeah, the hairline. Irreversible damage. Estrogen could have saved her. I don't want Tate to go to prison. I just want him to have permanent 30-day jail extensions. That's true. That would be extremely funny. You know, don't never actually convict him on anything. Just for the rest of his life, they just like, there's such an infinite bag of evidence that they keep adding to it, and he just stays like that for all time. Is Adin Ross's channel visible here if I search for it? Adin Ross live. He's live right now? Why did it just say he was live if he wasn't live? It just said he was live. But now he's not live? Whatever. They can only do it for 180 days. They'll get him eventually. Are there not any VODs saved to Adin Ross's thing? No, there aren't. It doesn't even save VODs. It doesn't even save VODs for one of their largest streamers. Jesus Christ. Too risky? Yeah, there's probably a reason why they wouldn't want to save that. 18 plus mature content warning for this slot streamer. What does this look like? What does a slot stream even look like, man?
That's what I brought it up. Damn! $611,000! Hey!
This is the chat, by the way, of a 13,000 viewer stream.
Shot!
You can see it over here on the right-hand side. Oh, this guy has VOD saved.
These games. Random multiplier up to 100 in free spins. This is the one like Sweet Banana. It has a 15,000x. Or is it March of Lightning? This one went over 10,200x. Not really that. I think it's Gamba Mamba maybe. Or do you want to go with the Doghouse? Because this one costs like 8x to buy. Try this one. Awesome.
Why would anybody watch this?
This one has been pretty good.
He looks exactly like somebody who raped my friend. It's uncanny. He does look like a rapist. That is true. I think we can all agree on that. What is this?
Like, would you write something if there was a chance that you would never get a reply? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that would discourage me. People might be put off by typing because they might not be, you know, seen or, you know, just doing some emotes. Sure.
You can't say that? Yes, I fucking can. He looks like the least trustworthy vampire in Masquerade Bloodlines, and he's wearing a fedora. I can say whatever the fuck I want.
I mean, we can disable the slow chat if you want to. I don't like it personally. I don't like to have this crazy chat with nonsense and spam. But hey, if you like that, we can go for it. We got a toaster, by the way. This is purely passive source of entertainment for me. In fact, this is probably the first time I've ever typed in this chat. That comes from Twitch, so thank you. Got a toaster. Rosh, are you even bringing this store back?
Rosh?
Yes, in about a month.
Oh, Rothstein, that's right. Sorry, I'm just kind of bewildered by these streams, like conceptually. I don't know. I like how this guy has 13k views allegedly, but they're alleging that the view counts on these saved VODs that go on for hours and hours are only a couple thousand. That's interesting. That's kind of wild. Let me see if I can go to Twitch right now and I can see what an actual large streamer viewer VOD view count looks like. Like if I go to Hasanabi, who has admittedly about double... Shut up. Stop. Why can't I mute it? Stop! Oh. I'm sorry. I already muted the website preemptively. There was no noise for me to yell over. I'm sorry. I muted the tab. Sorry. Okay, yeah, look. So Hassan has about double the live viewers, but if you take a look at his VODs have massive view counts. 500,000, 600,000, 600,000, 600,000, 400,000, 600,000. And then this guy has like half of the live viewers, but his VODs have about 100th or less of the views, which is interesting. Then again, why would you ever watch a VOD of live gambling? Well, that's the question. Why would you ever watch a live stream of live gambling? Vosh saying he has beef with Hassan and then subscribing is so funny. I'm not subscribed. Am I? Oh, I am. Wait, am I paying? Wait! Am I paying for a fucking sub to fucking Hasanabi? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, I'm not getting bankrupted over this. Hold your fucking horses. How long? Somebody must have gifted that shit. Okay, hold on. Website, Twitch. What was the last? Receipt for your payment to Twitch Interactive. Who? Who? It doesn't say who it's for. I thought I was only subscribed to Joseph Anderson. I don't want to go to my PayPal account. No. No shot. That is 100% a gifted sub. You did it, Vosh. Don't bullshit. I'm not even in his chat. Why would I do that? Why does it not say? What is my history? Why doesn't it say? Go to your subscriptions page. You're right. I have to clear my name. Holy shit. Go to my subpage. Go to my subpage. Your subscription page. Yes! Yes! Beating the allegations. I'm a sub to myself and to Joseph Anderson, and that's it. Beating the allegations. My subscriptions. Gifted subscriptions. Maluna7. I don't know who that is. Expired subscriptions. A lot of people, including, presumably, Hasanabi. I bet you all feel pretty stupid right now. Why would you sub to yourself? I don't know why it says that. I don't actually pay for a sub to myself. Is it just like, does it automatically give you the tier 3 sub to yourself? Because I don't pay myself. That would be my PayPal account to my PayPal account. It's just like that. You get a default. Okay. It's automatic. Okay, yeah. Okay. Whew. Okay. Are those expired subs gifted or your own? See, it says resubscribe for all these old subs. These are gifted. The only sub that I've ever paid to maintain was Joseph Anderson's. It's like everyone here. So you just show up in chat and then people are like, here, and they give it to me. You missed it? I'm still missing it. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. See, it says resubscribe, even though it's not, even though it's just a gifted sub. It says it for gifted subs too. See, gifted subs 1. And then it says continue sub because it hasn't expired, but then it will say resubscribe. You're a sub to Mike from PA. Somebody gifted it! Okay, that's enough. Get out. Get out of here. Fuck. We don't even have time. We don't even have fucking time to go over the goddamn anti-trans bills because you stupid idiots did things like donate to me. We're reading donations, then I'm leaving. I have errands that I need to do. I've got stuff that I need to do. I came back from vacation. I gotta pick stuff up. And I also have to get worms for Lizard. Okay, hold on. Also, where's Danil? Shouldn't I show you guys Danil? Hold on. I was just gonna show him off, but it's fine. No, it's fine. He may or may not arrive. Board of Corn, thank you for the $10. MX Row, thank you for the 5. Horse thanks the tier 1 sub, maybe. Daniel Lannister, thank you for the 669. What is this? It was almost a good video than this. Please watch. Literally says the opposite of your stances. What? I don't know what you're talking about. But I love you. This Juan, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Oh my goodness! Do we be wiggling? Ooh. What was that? What was that little hiccup burp? Uzditchula, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Can you pretty please call the chat retarded bunny boys? I'll consider it in the future. Ooh. Sake, thank you for the $10. Vosh, you can't ever take breaks. The cons go apeshit. You have no idea how many people I gifted subs to in communities that didn't deserve it. Sake, is that it? It's just a money spout for you, so I have to be here for responsible channeling of that power. Thank you for the 10 additional bucks. Vosh, don't lie. As president and CEO of NATO, as well as a fake leftist and Ukrainian general of children, you know exactly how the war is going to end. In Ukrainian victory, but I want to keep the speculation up, you know? Makes it more dramatic. Emery81 and Bat Canary, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Put him on your shoulder, but I like holding him. Look at him. Look at how small he is. Try C with the $5. How the hell did you get God of War writer and Mike Flanagan collaborator Alana Pierce to publicly interact with you? What a crossover. Yeah, I actually was really surprised by that. I did not know that Alana Pierce liked me in any fashion. I was quite happy to see that. I just sleepily tweeted something when I got home. Or no, it was when I tweeted that I was drunk. Or was that? Yeah, right here. Very good. Gyro Sapelli, thank you for the incredibly kind $5. Hey Vosh, this is my first dono. You're my fave streamer and you helped me tremendously in moving from right to the left. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. She is cool. I like Alana Pierce, yeah. Charlotte96, maybe. Paladin7, thank you for the 5. Salty Internet Pirate, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Kaz Rikab with the $5. I'm working with leftist orgs in East Palestine area for the Stand Up to Norfolk Southern Freight Rally, the 11th of March, 2023 at 1 p.m. It's hard work, but feels great. I hope it goes well. I look forward to seeing more info on it. Isn't it great how I can, like, yell right next to Danil, and I don't have to worry about annoying him? Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Vosh, no more politics, only food, video games, and OBV. We just did OBV right before I left. Conlon Bryant, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Okay. All right. Ray Salami, thank you for the $2. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. Fascist Mag, hey Zizek, we'd love to post an article written by you. Dude, that Zizek article was so fucked up. That was so fucking dumb, man. That's so disappointing. Like I've said before, transphobia really does break your brain. The Shixinator, thank you for the $5. Returnal just came out on PC and it's very good. Would really make good background gaming for debates, etc. Hard as fuck roguelike. Also really well optimized. Yeah, I've been wanting to play Returnal ever since Jacob Geller did a video on it. Then I realized it wasn't on PC and got disappointed. But I still didn't watch the video, so I wouldn't spoil myself. Okay. He's purring. Ronan the Roman, thank you for the $10. Vosh, have you played Escape from Tarkov? I got addicted to that like War Thunder. It's the equivalent of having both crack and meth addiction, but I'm curious if it ever interested you. I've heard a lot of people try to get me into it, but no, I haven't played it. Also, I get suspicious of people when they compare Escape from Tarkov to Addictive Drugs or to War Thunder, a game that I hate, despite enjoying. Zades232, thank you for the $5. Kowalski from Nebraska, thank you for the $5. I'll give it a look, but I can't right now. Thank you. It probably wouldn't be TOS, though. He's purring so loud. There was, Daniel. I saw it. He's purring so loud. I wonder if I can get you to hear it. I have to disable the mic noise gate. All right, I got to turn it back on. There. Renio Wu, thank you for the 550. Smoke 3 blunts chat and having 2 shrooms bars. Still pissed off about how Oklahoma passed the anti-trans bill as I fear for me and my GF's life over there. Yeah, it's not good. We could have covered that today on stream, but then sadly people donated money to me, so I have to respond to them. Kind of crazy, huh? Cherry Garcia, thank you for the 149. Vibrant Pico, thank you for the $5. Don't let the communist sexy robots lead you astray. Yeah, there is no 6-hour sex scene with the robots. I'm very sorry. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. Vosh is selling the concept of selling Egyptian burial chambers a pyramid scheme. It may well be. You know, you say that, but unironically, historically, one of the biggest sources of scams was burial rights. Because when you buy a burial plot at a cemetery, you're essentially... Thanks, Dano. He's cleaning my beard, albeit extremely ineffectively. I take showers, Daniil. I shower. Much cleaner than you. I might play Atomic Heart, but probably not on stream. I've listened to some of the dialogue, and I have to say, if I play that, it would probably be more of a casual play. After we finish Bayonetta, I still really want to play the Hi-Fi Rush. Sake with the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Why do so many VTubers use models with unrealistically small booba? Lolicon culture, I assume. Can I help you? And Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. Did Kermit the Peterson write this and submit it under Zizek's name? I actually feel like it would be relatively... That Zizek article, I would actually feel it to be kind of like boring even by the standards of Jordan Peterson. Like, be real. If Jordan Peterson had written that Zizek article, wouldn't it have come across like kind of rote? You know, like, oh, now's the part where we compare wokeness to religion. Wow, now... Like, I would expect a bit more craziness from JP. I would expect a lot more from Zizek. Just... I don't know. Oditsula, thanks the tier 1 sub. Perhaps later, my friend. Markinator with the $5. I think you should react to Hakeem's video about George Orwell. Say that at the beginning of tomorrow's stream, and there's a decent chance that I'll get around to it. I like going over Hakeem videos, even though I disagree with him strongly. There are far dumber people. Hakeem CC, thank you so much for the $20. Welcome back, Vosh. I'm a tier 4 sub now. Still a lib. You've got a lot more work to do to convince me that socialism is preferable to capitalism. Yeah, unfortunately, it's been a while since we've really talked about the necessity of socialism. You know? We got to talk econ stuff a little bit more. Oh, when I play Atomic Heart, do you think I should play it on Russian dub with English subtitles? I heard the English dub's a bit cringy. Would that be better? That was pretty good for Metro. Daniil, you're so happy. Hold on. One more time. There we go. Apparently some of the subs are lacking. Man, good voice work matters a lot, even if it's in a language you don't understand. I was rewatching some Kill la Kill episodes on the flight back the other day because Kill la Kill is really good. And holy shit, man, it is actually insane how good the voice work is. I've watched a lot of anime, and the VA work, man, especially from Ryuko and Ragyo, is like, I feel like sometimes they're chewing on every line, and it's so unbelievably fucking good, man. It's so good. People don't even talk about how good the voice work is in Kill la Kill because everything else is so good too. But yeah, like, Jesus. Is Kill la Kill worth a watch? Yes. Is Daniil purring? Yes. Show a Mako clip right now. Okay. No spoilers. Do you remember that point where after things get really bad, Ragyo is taunting Ryuko in like an apparition form and says like, "Do you hate me?" Do you remember that? Like, "Do you want to kill me?" The way she chews on her lines in that interaction is so good. A lot of anime, people say that anime voice work is top notch. Honest to God, it's really not. A lot of anime voice work is really subpar, and the only reason Westerners like it so much is because they're really loud, and there's enough cultural distancing that we can listen to them like fuck up their lines in Japanese, and we're like, "Oh, that's cool. It's like the anime voice." And it's like, okay, you don't know what they're saying. They're not actually VAing that well. But good voice acting is good in any language. In any language. If voice acting is being done well, you can read so much into what they're saying with no understanding of the words. You know, just having the text below, you can still read so much emotion into it. Okay, I'm never going to be able to finish these donos unless I let him go. I love you, Daniil. You are perfect. But I need you to go up all the way on my shoulder, okay? All the way. There we go. Just purr loudly. Right. Right, yep. Okay, he doesn't want to move. He's going to slide back, man. He's going to slide back. Okay. Okay. I can't reach my mouse. I can't. No, people are still donating. Oh my God. Daniil. Okay, I'm just going to sit up straight and you're going to have to make it work. Okay, you're going to have to make it work, Daniil. Okay. Okay. Sagehammer, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Tony with the $5. I gifted you the sub to Maluna7. She's a normie streamer I befriended and got her to watch you. She likes what she saw. Oh, nice. Well, tell Maluna7 that I say hi. Gonna radicalize her, maybe? I hope it works out, Tony. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Antifa Private 161, thank you for the $5. Yeah, we gotta go over this. Oh, there's so much. Oh, there's so much. Magnus the Rep with the $10. Thank you very, very much. Let's take a look at those models. Oh my god. They're so good. You're so talented. It's so good. He's licking my ear. Danielle? Danielle. Fucking sick. It's so good, man. Man, you know that a person is a talented miniature painter when they can even make a gray cloak look cool and dynamic. Danielle, you're falling. Danielle, you're a cat. You're supposed to be good at balance. Danielle. Okay. It looks good. They look really good. I gotta go. Lila Spellwin with the $10. Hey, Vosh, I sent you a link in Twitter messages. I also sent hugs to your cats. The Tories are making it so you need photo ID to vote. In England, very evil. Yep, that's really bad. Conservatism is bad. Destiny with the $5. I missed you so much, Daddy. I had no idea what to do while you were gone. Don't ever leave me again. Hey, by the way, want to add to my new manifesto and manifestos? Maybe. I am doing more work on my research doc. Oh, wait, sorry. I didn't get a chance to weeb out as much as usual. Is there anyone in chat who likes the manga Claymore? If so, fuck you. I tried reading it while I was away and I hated it. Fuck you. One of the worst fucking... Danelle. It's like somebody read the first, like, 3 volumes of Berserk and then got hit by a car and was pronounced brain dead. But it turns out they were just in a coma, and the only way that they could communicate with the outside world was by drawing manga panels based on the last memories that their addled brain can recall. He's trying to turn him around. Okay. 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 Lila Spellwin, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Max Buckner, thank you for the $10. Hi, you said you were interested in RTS games, but some good ones are Total Annihilation, Spiritual Successor to Supreme Commander, Homeworld series. I've heard about the Homeworld series, but I've never played. I know it's in space. Space is cool. Thank you. I gotta look at it. His leg is caught. He's fine. My neck is caught. Why are you trying to lay your head on my hand in this position? Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. When are you going to bring on your Giga Chad tweet dad for a segment? He has to be familiar enough with the video calling software to phone it in. I think my dad is my dad says that he loves you all, okay? That's his contribution to the stream. Maybe one day he'll come on. This hurts my neck so much. Like, it's so fucking much, dude. Holy shit. Autistic AF, thank you for the $5. You should check out Satisfactory and or No Man's Sky. Thank you, Autistic AF. You're well named. Katrina Sarina, thank you for the $5. I can't take a look at a Cat Black video. Okay. I can't take a look at a Cat Black video because if I do, she'll write another manifesto on me. Okay. My neck hurts so much. Sake! Thank you for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Can't wait till Jazz Dog does a remix of Daniil making it impossible to read donuts. Okay. Who do I host? Let me out. I'm not reading number donuts. We'll do it tomorrow. I love you. Stream tomorrow. We're gonna stream tomorrow. Who are we hosting? Who are we doing it? Gotta host. Gotta host. Shark! Shark! Shark. We're hosting Shark. I am only white shark. but like yin and yang, there is both white shark and black shark. Okay. You're fine. I love you all very much. Daniil says so too. I'll see you guys soon, okay? Have a wonderful day. Take care of yourself.